We go over here and see what Swab put in on this scheme.
Hey, Swab, start with I'm affiliated, nigga. You know how to do
Oh
it.
shit.
Uh,
You're yeah, Booty, you strictly bullshitted Mike on that conversation though. You said gang started in the 60s.
Oh no. California gang, man. Crips and Blood I was talking about. And those parent also welcome to you, man. I told you, man, I was just using that to give a reference to what Skinny was talking about, nature versus nurture, right?
Yeah.
I keep I'm talking about the origin of gangs. No. I'm specifically referring to Raymond Washington and those group of individuals that created the Crips. They came from these good parent households that wasn't involved with none of that stuff we talking about. They tell you that. They wanted to be terrorists.
I think we in there.
And they was going around pressing every other gang, any other group of young men.
Yeah.
The rest of them wasn't doing that. They was just in their neighborhoods, at their parks, chilling. These group of people went around pressing people to join this. If not, they was gonna get beat up.
Yeah, but I think y'all be missing the point with the fact that the whites was gone. It was affluent blacks in those areas that was beefing with the new blacks coming from the South.
That's what I'm talking about. That's part of what I'm talking about. That's what I was trying to tell these people that what was going on with the adults. The youth didn't care nothing about that. They was left to do their own shit. And some of them did, they became wicked. What's wrong with me telling the truth? It wasn't all of them. It was a select few. And then their gang became the gang.
But that's crazy because I'm looking at it. The Mexican haven't gang since 1900. Blacks gang had to be influenced by them.
That's why I said that when you went and you go into some of the first Crips gangs, there was Mexicans in those gangs. The Mexicans came with their own division because of the mafia and jail and other shit, and they dropped out of certain gangs, and then East LA became like off limits to black people. But all the Mexicans that are on the West, what's called, get basically not East LA, but like in Bots and in West LA, they all grew up next to black people. Right?
So you saying black people
And
didn't have no wasn't in high
you
numbers?
gotta really listen, B. You really gotta listen. Like, all right, when you hear about the East Coast Crips versus the Florencias share neighborhoods with the Bloods. They get along with the Bloods. They have no problem with black Bloods. Their beef is with black Crips because they grew up on the west side of LA. Those are the Mexicans in Los Angeles you are here saying nigga. They play more black music. They act black. The ones from East LA, those are the cholos. Like they don't even like the ones from West LA because they think they're sellouts. They're too black. They live too close to the blacks. That's how they talked about them. When he brought up 18th Street, right? Look up the history of 18th Street. 18th Street is a mixed gang. They got blacks in 18th Street. They beef with BPS over drug spots in the jungles and murders and shit. They beef with a lot of black gangs, but they're a mixed gang.
Got you.
They got one or two cliques that's just like totally Mexican, but they still get along with the other cliques that are mixed. And they got black gang members from 18th Street. They got down there every race in 18th Street.
Damn, it's cold.
That's why they're so deep. So when people say, well, 18th Street is warring with a black gang, well, that's one specific gang. That's not every black gang. Now, there's a lot of black gangs that don't like them. And there's a lot of Mexican gangs that don't like them. In fact, most of their enemies are Mexican gangs. It's just a fact. So when you don't know the history of LA, you get confused. So it's a whole lot of gangs. It's like, for instance, the 40s, the 40 Crips. There's a Mexican gang over there. I think they're 46th Street Essays. They share the hood. They don't fight each other. They have no beef. Matter of fact, if certain gang come over there beefing with the 40s, them niggas is liable to beef with you just because you in the hood. How LA people talk. That's just the way it is. And it's all over the city like that. So when you just say it's a black against Mexican thing, it's like, yeah, in jail because of the Mexican mafia and control over the drug trade. But a lot of them niggas will tell you when they on the streets, half them niggas they in jail with is their homies. It's mainly hardcore Mexicans and hardcore blacks in the prisons that push that shit over drug trade. Other than that, half them, that's how they keep the peace because, oh yeah, that nigga, I know him. He the shot caller in here. Oh, I know you. Yeah, we live in the same neighborhood. We went to the same high school together. Yo, we need to keep the peace. That's how they do it. But them niggas be knowing each other. And it's only when you get like the black people that grew up in a certain part of LA and then Mexicans that grew up in a certain part of LA where they was only around blacks and they was only around Mexicans. And then them niggas is different. That's what y'all think about the racial violence when you hear the nigga killers and all of that shit. It was certain regions that it was like that in, but that's not the whole city.
Right.
That's why you hear East LA, West LA, they're all different. Now in the prisons is something different. Because like I said, the way you got Mexican gangs that's enemies, they're friends in prison. The same way with black gangs. All them niggas is friends in prison because it's a racial divide. And then certain gangs take that to the streets, but certain people leave that in the prisons. It's just the way it goes. I'm telling you both ways of the story. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Right.
So I hear a lot of black people migrating out of LA into like different places.
Yeah, because it's too expensive. The gas, it's not even, people think the housing price, you gotta remember, not only the housing price, but gas is like $6 a gallon.
Damn.
And you gotta drive over there. Like you gotta drive.
Yeah, that'll cause people to move for sure. If you can't afford to be there, you won't be there. At $6 a gallon at the housing rate that it is, you're right. But that's probably done like that on purpose. So only the affluent can be in there where, I mean, $6 a gallon, that ain't nothing to somebody who make 200, 300,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, them housing prices. So go ahead.
No, you go ahead, bro.
No, I'm saying them housing prices something. I'm like, what is minimum wage out there?
Last time I think it was like $15, but that ain't doing shit for you out there. The ghetto homes, be in the ghetto, the homes are $400,000 or $500,000. You got $1 million homes in the ghetto, like literally. And what was the ghetto? $1 million for that joint.
Yeah, I was looking online at some of them houses, man, like 500,000 for a 3-bed flat. I'm like, man, that's crazy. Like stuff like that. I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're probably talking out in the suburbs. You're not talking in the central city.
Hey.
And when I say suburbs, I mean like far out. This shit in Watts right now costs you $500,000 easy.
Damn.
That's crazy.
And I'm talking about shit where the projects is 1 block from you.
That's crazy. Shit.
Yeah, they chase us out, bro. They'll chase us the hell up out of there by raising them. Bro, nigga.
It's like New York. It's always
bag of chips cost $2.79 now, bro. I mean, I'm trying to figure out when this happened.
Dang.
Last time I checked, bro, Cheetos was 99 cents.
Dang.
Now they $2.79. And it's less in the bag.
Yeah, they be getting over the bag.
That's that product reduction.
Nigga, Faygo $1.89. How the hell Faygo Pop is 99 cents? That shit $1.89, nigga. That shit ain't unheard of.
Yeah, that's some nasty pop too.
Crazy, bro. Rockin' Rye on some ice. Everybody else don't have that though. Where you from? How you know about it? You even called it pop?
Chicagoland area, man. From
okay, yeah, you right next though.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you was somewhere further, you'd probably call it soda. You probably wouldn't even see Faygo.
Yeah.
Y'all got Faygo Squad?
Yo, no, but back to the conversation though, Lance. Like if I wanted to like deal with something that was like we talking about the history of gangbanging, then I would have prefaced my thing about that. But I was just, like I said, I was just trying to give an example about the nature versus nurture issue, and that we just got, sometimes it's just bad people. You know what I mean? Like you can just you can have a bad son.
The more oppressed niggas from the South went to California.
I know niggas that grew up in straight poverty, and they're the best people in the world. They ain't never harmed nobody. They made success. They got married early. They just good people. But the situation they came from, you think they'd be murderers? Nope.
How did the people? So the people that came from the South, it was a culture clash, right? So you had the blacks that came from the South, and they met the blacks that lived and was already established in California.
Yep.
How did they get the money to migrate to, and what was the reason to migrate to California as opposed to
jobs?
So what? Yeah, what jobs?
You gotta remember that a lot of the you gotta remember that damn. All right. After hold up. Because hold up. There's other people on the panel that can chime in on this. Back after they had the Niagara Convention, the next big conventions were in California. Because the blacks that migrated over there, Milton Gibbs, what's that nigga? Joseph B. Sanderson, Jeremiah B. Sanderson, Leodorf, all them people that had immigrated for the gold rush was over there and fighting politically, and they were having congresses in continuation of what happened in Niagara. It was 3 of them in California that had specific goals. So what I'm trying to say is you already had like a debutante, a boule class over there that had been established since the gold rush, and all them people migrated down from what do you call it? From the Bay Area down into Stockton, all down into Los Angeles. And at the same time, you had an influx of people like Biddy Mason and them coming across the South. They met, they started building a debutante class. So by the time you get to the 1930s 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, there's already a whole population of black people that's been here from Allenstown and all type of shit that have established like a classist society. Because they come out of the boule.
Absolutely.
Before we had the word boule, you know, all them people that was holding them congresses and were educated and seeking to take advantage of, you know, new economic opportunities.
Yep, you're right.
So that's how you got that class of people. They weren't recent people. Like they had been in California is probably from, like I said, the early 1849, 1850, 1860s,
Yes.
all through the turn of the century.
Leesdorf and what's his name? What's that other dude name?
And
Moses.
other people was immigrating and they sent it for their cousins, and certain people came down from Canada because of the gold rush. It was like California was a crazy migration place because it was also a non-slave state, but they was the first people to have the separate but equal.
Madam C. Walker from there too. Did that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Madam C. Walker.
And they had a famous, I forget his name. They had a famous black seaman from there. They used to do the boats and guide ships up into
Alexander Williams. That was the captain.
That's
Alexander William Alexander.
Yep, that's him name.
Yeah, he was the captain. You're right.
That nigga was big up there. He was doing a whole lot of big works.
Then too, when you're talking about the South, you had the again like a lot of industrial, especially like the Midwest, and then too, as far as like sometimes, you know, black people would, let's say, like men, maybe, you know, let's say commit a crime that white folks don't like, and they going out Midwest, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, there was a lot of that too, you know. Leave a whole,
because the conferences that they had, though, it was also about like establishing our political issues, but it was also researching and knowing where economic opportunities were. So there was a lot of men at that time that would go out to, you know, establish themselves in areas where there was new land and new economic opportunities, and black people were into that. And some of those people were, like you said, they may have been fugitives. They may have had a reason to leave and go seek economic opportunity. But this was something we was doing, and it was part of those conventions. Like, we don't understand. Because when I started researching the conventions and I seen how those people spread out they just didn't stay like in New York. They spread out and went all over the world and started doing things and connecting. I was like, yo, this diaspora thing, this is nothing new. These people have been doing this from a long time.
Yeah, but here's the deal, bro. We think that all of these people that established these places is white people. Like what's his name? Judah Benjamin. Judah P. Benjamin. That's a black man too. All of these, it's hard for me. It's hard for people to understand it.
Well, what they would prefer you to say is they're biracial or mixed, because, you know, they're trying to draw the line on definitive of what's black is. But
that's because
in the time period, I agree with you, Lance. Those were all black people, because in that time period, that's what they would have been considered.
They would have been called black.
So I can't take them. I would place them in modern context.
Yeah, and even a lot of them, if you don't see who their parents are or great grandparents are, you will say they black today.
Yeah, even with Leodorf. With Leodorf, his whole story of how he even went to San Francisco, Lance, is when he was getting married. And on the wedding day, she was like, what? You schizophrenic?
You mixed, nigga?
On the one drunk rule type shit. She was like, hell no. And he bounced. Left New Orleans and went to California.
Yeah.
It started something whole new because the girl he wanted was like, nah, you black, son. And then we go say he not black. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Them people said he was dark enough to not want nothing to do with him. Where you go? Right over here with us.
Mm-hmm. Come right where we at. I'm gonna have no. Hey, but he was paid though. He was rich.
Yeah, he wasn't saying because he came from them, you know, that whole Jewish tradition we delineated earlier, and you know we could do that all over. We can do it over the Caribbean, all over. You know, I know you know. It wasn't just in one area. There was a lot of them.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like when people just, you know what I mean, they misuse the history because to me, the real story is more fascinating than just trying to make some shit up. Yeah, no, it was, you know, yeah, they was over there. Then they went over there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Then
why
the black people came over there, and a few of them intermingled. And then these people became more influential. And then they had some children and became a little more influential.
Uppity. Bourgeois.
Yeah.
You heard what that lady said. I might sound a little bourgeois, but and I may be, but them niggas trying to come over here by the thousands.
Yeah, she was bogus for that. She was bogus for that. I was like,
damn. This motherfucker said it's gonna be 1 million of them niggas. Now, what we gonna do about this?
I'm like, is that a Mexican? I'm like, nah, she light-skinned woman. I said, oh shit.
And you know that's crazy what they did. That's what they do, bro. They blow up the whole picture, and we won't even know that these people is black because they didn't. We contrasted all of the dark out of it, and it ain't nothing but light. You can't see nothing but hair and eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? You can't even tell these people, even in some of the pictures that they got. Like if I would have never looked into it myself, bro, I would have never knew that William Alexander Lesdorf was black or had brown skin like us.
But
I think he was a.
Yeah, it was like a similar thing throughout a lot of the big black cities around that when that great migration. It was a clash between some of the South and, you know, the people that because I hear the stories too. You know, so a lot of the old folks say, you know, people came down from the South and they didn't move to the West Side and they tore it up and this and that. I done heard them stories too, you know, but it wasn't necessarily. I don't think Chicago was necessarily the boule, but it was there was the before, you know, when the old folks talk about how it used to be, you know, when we had the black businesses, you know what I'm saying, that era, you know what I mean? And then they say, I heard that narrative that, you know, the people from the South came and tore it up and this and that and this, you know. So that was happening that type of narrative was happening in a lot of cities. I can't say I disagree with. I can't say I agree with them, you know. I said,
yeah, that was their academic experience. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because I got lineage.
And you're on an academic experience, but historically, that's not how you see it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I see that.
So, hey, what was the Negro Seaman Act started?
What their history was before I put my spin on it. You see me? Because I always wonder what I wouldn't have been acting this way if I was back then. I would have been able to choose between what they had to choose. And would I've been one of the few people that chose something different? I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, did what they did.
Yeah, it was a different time period, and as far as like a lot of the information really wasn't out, you know, that we know now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I kind of can relate to that shit because, like, when Detroit went under, I mean, we coming back just like everybody else is, but motherfuckers from the east side is coming to the west side. And, you know, it's only Woodward that separates the east side from the west side, but motherfuckers just don't go on the west side who from the east side. And niggas from the west side don't go to the east side. But since they start moving on our side of town, bro, And you know what is crazy? They black too, but them niggas is dirty. They disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? The motherfuckers is like rowdy as fuck, be up all night, music banging and shit. We don't get down like that. It's on this side of town. Motherfuckers bringing they culture on our side of town, fucking up shit. A lot of fights and gun shootouts and shit. Shit wasn't going down like that. It was regular drug wars, but now it's just culture clashes happening in Detroit now.
That's everywhere because a lot of the areas are being displaced for gentrification. Like even in New Orleans, especially after Katrina, like a lot of the wards are mixed. And so that increased the violence because you had people that, you know, how you living over here, son? We hate you niggas. And y'all living on the same block now. Oh no, war is up.
Oh, hell no. I swear to God, nigga.
And that's how even in Los Angeles, as they move gangs around and they ain't got no more home turf and they all living in one little city. And now they claiming the whole apartment building. And one gang will be in this apartment building and the next gang from LA will be in this other apartment building. And they weren't. Before they used to be separated in Los Angeles by blocks and streets and things, but now they got gentrified and they live on the same block in the same neighborhoods because that's the only place they can afford to be.
Right. Yeah.
And that's going over all over the country.
You know what they're gonna do? Like they do all over the country with the projects. They wait for a while, then they get them all out, then they knock the building down. They knock so many of them down, and then that starts the process of gentrification. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Hey,
I knew it was over there.
They wanted the cities back because of energy, and they want to make these cities where people are like they're trying to raise their youth, where they're gonna, you know, not own a car, lease it. Or get a rental car and not even an Uber. You know, them little zip cars that you just grab and use for an hour or two, and then you get on the train and you get on all this electric. They're gonna try and build a generation where it's like, own a car? Why would you do that? It doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
we just go get a zip car, or we catch an Uber and then we get on the hyper train and we do this, and that. It's more efficient. I don't have to worry about parking. We don't do gas. You used to smell gas. You took time to drive. Right? It was safer. Right. That's the world they're building right now. Like we're out of date. Our children ain't gonna want to own no car. Put oil in it, oil change, maintenance. That ain't gonna make no sense to them.
Right.
Just like, remember we used to want video games. They don't own no cartridge no more. Don't they get a little download and it's constantly updated?
Yeah,
you don't got no video game. You don't get no little things that load up.
Yeah, you don't gotta buy this no more. That should just download.
Yeah, imagine when you can just go download a car when you need
it. Hey, Swab, y'all got culture clash going on in Indiana? Nigga Swab boiling hot dogs or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry right now. I'm frying me some flounder right now. So if you hear them noise there, you understand, make y'all hungry right now.
Is them heads still on, boy?
Flounder down there fry right now.
You got the head still on? Some red.
I'm making a sandwich.
And shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for your presence.
Right now.
Cartel commentary, Cheryl Johnson, Rose C, Black Beauty, Tamika C, and Tequila, and everybody else in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you at. All right. We got Lance, we got Buddha, we got Black, we got D-Red on the panel. Okay, go ahead, y'all. My bad.
Hey, Swab, they got culture clash where you at?
What is that? No, I don't think so. What is that?
Like where I was saying how they got motherfuckers from the east side of Detroit moving to the west side because they taking all of the east side homes, and the niggas on the east side don't live the same way as niggas on the west side do, so it's a culture clash.
No, Gary's so small, we all live the same way. The thing is, people from Chicago are now starting to move to Gary, and that's being a culture clash.
Oh,
A lot of Gary people are moving to Indianapolis, and that's starting a culture class in Indianapolis, and a lot of Chicago people moving to Gary, which is starting a culture class.
got you. Yeah. Now, hold on. I don't even know. Is Gary the size of Detroit? Let me see.
Fuck no. I think Detroit big. We don't even got no downtown. We got our downtown a trap house with a mayor sell coke. It ain't shit. Like our tallest building downtown is like 4 floors. Welcome to downtown Gary.
No, y'all got that tower. What's that called? That tower downtown.
Shit, you let me know. What tower is in downtown Gary?
Now you got that baseball field.
Yeah, that's new, and that's for people from out of town that come in, hit the highway, go watch baseball, and hit the highway and get the fuck out of there. Yeah, that ain't even for us.
Yeah.
What's she called? The Salesforce.
Man, I ain't never heard of no Salesforce tower.
Nah, ain't no tower.
Show me a picture of it. I could Google map downtown Gary right now, and you would think I'm lying.
If it was a tower in Gary, everybody in Gary would see it. You know, because it'd be tall.
And the surrounding cities.
The tallest building in Indiana is Salesforce Tower in Indianapolis.
That's in Indianapolis.
Right, yeah, Gary.
Gary, which is the crotch of Indiana. It's the right armpit, to be exact. Yeah, nah. Ain't no tower in Gary.
Like the Cirrus Tower, you can see a Cirrus Tower from like Homewood. You can see that from like the far south suburb.
You can see Chicago from Gary.
Hey, they say the tallest building in Gary, Indiana is Gary Manor Apartments. Damn.
I think that's the KC building. Yep. That's the KC building.
That motherfucker only 12 floors, bro.
Yeah, my nigga 12.
I mean, you're all nice.
Yeah.
Damn.
You could get killed in the lobby of that motherfucker.
Damn, bro. 12 floors is the tallest building, man. Hey, but y'all still get y'all skyline, so that's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like living places where I get to see the sky at night and shit. You know what I'm saying? And the lights from the city ain't.
Oh, that's what you mean. You said skyline, but you mean the view of the sky.
Yeah. Y'all got buildings all in the way. I kind of like living like that anyway, though.
Yeah, I like having that option. I like being able to drive downtown where the buildings are tall, and I like to be able to go out into the park, the park, Glen Park, and different neighborhoods where you got a lot of sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the mental culture class right there.
But some of the white folks starting to come back in Gary.
Oh yeah, that's how it started. The mill popped off and people came and started pitching tents in the sand lots around the mill. Then they started buying the lots, and then they started building houses. And then the black people started buying houses, and the doctors and lawyers and rich white people moved out of that motherfucker, and it went downhill. They laid off a bunch of people from the mill, opened up a bunch of liquor stores, and did the whole ghetto thing. And now a lot of white people are. I mean, there's a surge of white people coming back in buying property. I don't know if they moving or renting out or whatever, but it's still ain't enough white people doing shit there.
No, it ain't. It's just them poor white people. They ain't really got nowhere to go. You know what I mean?
I think they closed down all the high schools except for 2 now. 2, 3.
Hey, you know they think they so slick. The motherfucking lottery tickets supposed to go. A lot of the earnings from the lottery supposed to go to the high schools, but they shut all the high schools down in the black community, and allocate those funds in the white community where the high school's still up. So they get more money because it's less schools to have to divide the money with. Now that's crazy.
Facts, Lance. Facts.
They think they so slick, bro. And it's schools in Detroit, bro. I'm talking about totally intact. Like everything, the classroom still intact, everything's still intact, bro. And they just letting it just rot. Like you can't go in that motherfucker. Ain't no holding no, try to start your own little class. Can we use it for this? Can you rent it out for that? Nah, let this bitch rot. Then take all of the city kids and send them out to the suburbs to go to school. 30 and 40 miles away from a school that was just on a corner from their house.
Damn. How they justify it?
We don't got enough money to support the schools. Which is crazy because motherfucking 50, 55 million, 100 million lottery winnings and shit like that, bro, that nobody win. That money get divided. Motherfuckers ain't. They just do it so dirty, bro. And a lot of us not intellectual or really even care enough to even put two and two together. Like, hey, so all of these, man, when you come to a Detroit public school, talking about some play a night game, nigga, we got the boldest night game systems going on, nigga, the boldest lights. Niggas out there with generators and lights. Nigga, you go to their school, they should look like college campuses. Nigga, they got the hot dog vendors with the real hot dog vendor clothes on, uniforms and shit. You come out here, the motherfucking Detroit to be parents and shit doing that shit.
Yeah, you want to put on the rain or something?
Jeans and motherfucking logo shirts and all that shit, man. This shit is man. And when you young, you really don't think that matters, bro, but it does. Cause I remember I played a football game. I was so intimidated by them fucking lights. I said, "This is a high school." Man, I'm looking at them boys. Them boys had real gyms, like they was grown men. Them was grown men playing against us.
Cornbread fed.
You know one of the secrets they used to use, Lance, right? Is white people will hold their children back and put them in school later so they graduating at 18 and 19. Your parents is putting you in school early. So you, with your talented, you 16, 17, playing against 18, 19-year-olds. And you know that matters. That little, it sounds like it don't, but that age difference matters. And that's what was going on. That was the secret.
Nigga, you don't remember when you was in high school? That 11th grade year you left? When in 11th grade, bro, I think I was 5'6". I came back one year, I was 5'8". The next off of summer,
damn,
I was 5'8", going into the military. But man, are you right? That one little season, that season mattered.
Yeah, that was a secret the white people used to do. Well, they still do it.
Well, my
that's
birthday.
Why you go. That's why when you go to look at some of them white teams, go look at the age of the players. They be like 18, 19. They be big, almost like grown men.
Grown ass men.
And it be niggas on the black team, 15, 16, 17 years old, skinny as hell, just know how to ball because they're athletic.
Yep, you're right. So they hold their kids back. Wow. But I couldn't start school until I was like 6 because my birthday in December. I was mad as hell with my cousin. I'm 2 days older than him. Literally 2 days older than him. And this nigga got a prime and shit a whole year before me. I'm fucking mad as hell. His mama lied and she white. That's what I was talking about my cousin. Well, she mixed. And she put that nigga in school. She said, I don't know how she did it, but he on December 26th, on December 24th, he graduates a whole year before me because she lied about his age or something. Something my mama said. I'm like, how the fuck he got a prom? How he got a prom, mom? Debbie lied about Jamie's age when she put him in school. So, like, what the hell?
That's what your mama told you. She actually put him in a preschool program that allowed him to enter school early. I'm born in December too. I had to wait a whole year.
Yeah, you had to wait a whole year too. Damn.
Yeah, because I didn't turn 5 until the middle of the school year,
Yep.
so I had to wait till next year to enter.
The next semester, which was
No,
the next year.
year.
Yeah,
Next
because
year.
we at the end of the year, it's the next year. Yep. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, that's one to grow on, Buddha. That's what's up. You right. Motherfuckers big as hell.
Oh yeah. If you're into athletics, you should do it for your son. If your son wants to be an athlete, you should do it.
Yeah.
So you think we should train our kids?
He's going to be smarter in school because his brain going to be. He'll be older than people, but he an athlete. He ain't worried about that.
But ain't that some sellout shit?
You kind of mad though, man. I've been mad as hell.
We got all our warrior class men getting patted on the back for dribbling the ball and jumping and running. Shit we was doing, we was 6, 7.
Yeah, I do.
Like,
I'm just kind of mad a little too. If I started school a little late and the people I really supposed to be in, everybody grade over them, even though I'm the same age as them, like, dang, you know.
Who's the black intellectual LeBron James? Who's the LeBron James of intellectuals?
Dang.
We don't know.
This day and age.
DeGrasse?
We don't know.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Hell
no. He's more like the Karl Malone.
I was just thinking popularity. I couldn't think of nobody else that if you. I don't know, man. That's a cool question, right?
What's the one that's running for president?
He's on political, right? What's the boy?
Yeah,
the boy from Cornell.
Yeah.
What's his name? Cordell. Goddamn West. What's his name?
Yeah, Cornell West. Yeah, Cornell West.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Y'all come up with some names. I can't think. I'm getting too nervous.
And you know what? I think I would say Mark Hill, bro.
Mark Hill.
The dude that's from
Lamont Hill.
Yeah, Lamont Hill. I thought his name was Mark. Yeah, Mark Lamont. I definitely think that nigga's really, really smart, and he sacrificed his career to tell the truth.
He kind of too liberal for me, man. Way too liberal. Even though Cornel West is kind of liberal too. But I think Cornell was probably more pro-black in the sense than Mark Lamont Hill.
Well, you gonna say what? Eric Dyson?
I say Sarah Soon said. Sarah Soon said is not LeBron James.
Nah, Boyce Watkins maybe before that, nigga.
He said Boyce the Teeth Watkins.
Right. That nigga, at least he a professor. Standing on his shit.
Somebody in the chat put Umar. Ban them.
Nah.
No, they did it.
I'm joking. I couldn't even see the chat. I'm joking.
The only thing I like Umar, but I wish he stopped doing that repeating stuff, man. That'd be irritating. It's hard to listen to him I just listen to him all the time. When he start doing the repeating thing, I'm like, man, you gotta repeat everything.
Yeah, that's when he gets stuck. Thing is, once he Once he pulled that answer the phone thing for the gangsters, I got this. And the phone rang while he was talking, showing that nobody was on the phone. And I was like, yeah, it's over with for this nigga. You'll never come back for that. That nigga had that phone up to his head talking about, no, don't worry about it. I got this. That shit said, damn, dog. This nigga faked the phone call to some gangsters in the hood. Like some niggas was calling to check on him. Like, you straight, my nigga?
But you know what? As far as intellectualism, I would have to put Umar Johnson there still, you know, for the shortcomings. I would have to make him the LeBron James because, you know, dude is a real deep thinker, you know, and especially, you know, when he talks about world politics, he's right on the money a lot of times.
Yeah, and I did say LeBron James, he known for flopping, so I guess that is a flop as far as intellectuals go.
Yeah. What's that old nigga name? Jesse Jackson and them boys, Sharpton.
Claude Anderson.
Nah, what's his name? Al
Dr.
Sharpton.
Claude Anderson, that's a cool one.
Oh yeah, he could.
If you talking about Reverend Al Sharpton,
Yeah,
the Reverend, the great Reverend.
Yo, I swear I don't like skinny neck Al Sharpton. I want the fat Al
give me
Sharpton.
the fat nigga back, right?
Man, he looked like a bobblehead
Did
dog.
you see that picture that he took of himself, bro? That nigga took a back shot of himself, standing in the mirror. It looked like he was on a fake body. His head was on a fake body.
He looked like Photoshop.
Yeah, he looked photoshopped like a bug. That was really him. I used to seeing that nigga like, and he had the mullet.
I was like, yo, do people ain't got red drink? Because if I was Al Sharpton red drink, I'd be like, yeah, red drink. Your red drink. You don't say your neck don't look right.
That weight, but get your weight
Come
up.
on like that.
But fat Al Sharpton used to dress like MC Light.
Say with the velour on and the chain.
Man, with them little turquoise and purple sweatsuits and shit.
Yeah, the velour and sweatsuits he used to wear.
But you know what? The old Al Sharpton used to eat up people in the debate, though, man. The old Al Sharpton. But
Yeah, the fat one. We need the fat one back. Once he got skinny and lost everything and started putting on MC like I see him in them sweatsuits right now, man. You shouldn't have done that, Swab.
That's messed up. That's how he dressed.
Yo, man.
Hey, a fat nigga don't feel no more comfortable in a velour suit than he do naked. And he is naked, bro. A velour, man, shit. You can lay on the floor and them motherfuckers. You good. You can go out on a date in a velour and some slides or some gym shoes.
How you know about that, man?
I got about 6-7 velours, nigga.
So were you a fat nigga around here?
Well, when I started getting them velours, I was fat as hell, but now I done lost some weight. Now them shit's too big. I look like an idiot having them on. So what I do, like today, I threw one on so that I can I put my scrubs on and then threw the suit on, threw the little velour on top of it. Because it don't look right when I wear it with nothing on up under it. Nigga, shit's warm as hell. It's like walking around in a house coat.
Velour is the original snuggie, my lord.
Yeah, it's like the onesie, the black man's onesie.
Crazy.
Shit. Man, I ain't supposed to got off work until about 7 this morning. It was mad as hell. I'm like, I'm sick, nigga. I gotta go. Supervisor like, no, I'm going home. You're staying. I said, no, I'm going home. You're staying. She gonna tell me something. Okay, well then I'm writing you up for no call, no show. I said, how the fuck I'm no call, no show? I'm 5 hours in because you didn't give me enough time to find nobody. Nah, we'll see. We'll see Monday when we go to the DON office and see. I'm fucking good. Then she brings me the paper to, so I like think I'm gonna sign that shit. You out your damn mind?
Mm.
You better find something else to call.
Is that an Asian lady, Lance?
Nah, my DON is Russian. This a black girl.
What? A black woman?
Yeah, man. And you know, I really don't be getting along with those LGBTQ women. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they black.
You one of them?
Yeah, she one of them with the white girl.
No, it's not an agenda.
With the white girl girlfriend. On her Facebook, hugging her stomach.
On her Facebook, my lord?
Fuck it, let the world see. Like, yeah, come on, bro. That's why she's so fucking tough. But I'll be like, look, she gonna tell me something. Get your things. You're sick. Don't go back on the floor. And then gonna stand next to me like she about to escort me to the door. Hey, I got a whole piece. I'm about to go get my things. Don't go back there. Don't go back there. You're sick. We don't want anyone else sick. Yeah, we wasn't sick. We wasn't sick enough until your ass found out you had to stay. Now you're mad. I'm going to get my shit. You're going to get your shit. Okay, we'll remember that. And she's mad, right? Because she used to be our supervisor, but she don't got enough rank. Somebody got hired in and got higher ranked, and she got her shit snatched. Now she just a regular ass nurse like the rest of us, and she just got, night supervision, but she don't got no rank over us. You know what I'm saying? So basically, we just like kick rocks. What the fuck? Before she could write us up, now it's just like, and we still. I mean, I wasn't telling her to kick rocks, but a lot of nurses told her to kick rocks.
Yeah, you've been abusing your authority.
All that standing next to me like you about to escort me out. I was like, am I fired? No, but you're sick. You need to leave the floor. So what's the difference in between you was trying to get me to just keep a mask on and stay the whole night, and now to where you found out that you got to stay and I get to go home because I am sick, 101 temperature. Try to give me a COVID test. Bitch, you ain't my doctor. I don't got to take no COVID in this facility. Yeah, she was toasted. Mad as hell. I want to let her go home and play with her girlfriend's feet.
Yes,
hey, Buddha, you over there? How that sway turning out, Buddha? You finished?
Who was that about to say something?
Yeah, I'm on. Give me a second. I'm washing my hands and face because of the grease. I mean, I like keep grease on me because it bring bump.
I thought I heard somebody else.
What's up, Swab? Play that I'm affiliated, bro. I ain't heard
580 pretty girl saying my daughter is a CNA and just went through the same exact shit.
Yeah, people be trying to abuse their authority, bro. Nah, but everybody hearing me cough, I'm sick as hell, bro. Looking bad as hell. Why did you come in? I'm trying to be a team player, not mess up the system. And when I first woke up, I didn't know I was going to be sick as I was yesterday. I woke up, jumped in the shower. You know what I'm saying? I had a little cough. But once your body starts settling in, you like, hold on, man, I'm sick. The fuck? coughing in rooms. Wear your I-9 mask. You're coughing. I'm not just coughing. I'm going home. I don't got to be here. I'm sick. You want me to make the patient sick? That's what she was mad about. She was mad as hell, bro. I ain't never see her that mad. Like trying to stand next to me like she's escorting. I don't know what she was trying to get this feeling of, like you're escorting me to the door, like you're escorting me off the facility or some shit. I went the whole nother red. She sat there and waited on me. What's that, Buddha? Let me see what you got. Is that batter on it?
Yeah, man.
Is that Cajun?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that looks good, Buddha.
Yeah, a little quick stuff, man.
What's that? Some fish?
Look like some, he said some flounder. It looked like sway.
Mm.
Yeah, that looked good.
But flounder that, man. There ain't no sway. There's some flounder peppers and frogs. It was on sale. They had some filet. I said, what? Give me that.
Man, I remember one time a motherfucker tried to sell me some flounder at the Eastern market. And I'm like, is it like it's dead, but it looked like it's dead? Like, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker is dead. Like, I'm not about to eat this with this nigga his whole body on top. Like both eyes on the same side of his body. That shit ain't normal. I'm not about to eat that shit. It was black. Like, hell no. This is what? This flounder?
They tried to sell you the flounders off the Simpsons.
Man. Yeah, the motherfucking
Do you eat filet à sword?
Filet what?
Filet à sword, like filet à sword fish.
I don't know what that is. I never heard of that.
You said sword?
Sword.
Oh, sword. Yeah. I ate
No,
sword.
not sword, sword. Filet à sword.
Never heard of that.
Oh. Dover sword?
Nah, nigga. Kingfish. Parrotfish.
Not Jamaican fish, man. Stop it.
No, I'm talking about what I eat.
Where you getting kingfish and parrotfish in Detroit?
From the Eastern market, nigga.
Oh, word.
Tuna steaks, Maui. That's all I eat. I can show you my freezer now.
Well, all right. Them the same fish I eat. I just caught these flounder fillets on sale. I was like, ooh, let me get them.
I'm about to say, nigga, ain't flounder from Alaska? How the fuck you caught them?
Strength to you, Tamika C. I hope you feel better. She said, I'm really sick with congestion, dizziness, and sweating. Shout
Yeah,
out
that's
to
me
you,
right
sis.
now. I'm going through that. Feel you. Neck stiff as hell.
Yeah, my baby just went to sleep. That's what I was doing. And shout out to New Marie in the building. Rozzy, they said that looks good in the chat, Buddha.
Big up. Give thanks, everybody. Yo, Lance, you ever did I do one of my favorite dish. It's my secret. I do jerk tuna steak.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Tuna steaks, nigga. That's one of my favorite. Next to my tuna steaks, I learned early when I first started cooking them. You don't cook them bitches all the way done. You gotta only cook. You gotta sear it really quick on all sides and eat that shit. And while you eating it, you think in your mind it's raw, but your mouth don't taste it like it's raw. It tastes like it's fully cooked.
Yeah. I'll soak them in jerk sauce overnight. Then I take them out and I broil them real quick, or I put them on a grill. Then I have an olive oil confit that's full of jerk seasoning in there. And I soak them in the confit. So they just come out buttery and olive oil. Man, then you just chop them up like you do the jerk chicken over some rice.
Oh yeah. Now, I don't cook it over
Wicked.
rice or nothing like that, but I definitely I use like ginger, dill, like dill weed, garlic, brown sugar, soy sauce. That's in my, and salt and pepper, thick, heavy pepper, and that's in my olive oil. I mean, I soak that, put that in the olive oil, and then a little bit of lemon, half of a lemon, I squeeze it in there, and then I let my tuna steaks soak in that for about an hour or so, and then I just quick sear it on both sides.
Yeah, that's a confit still. I like that. That sounds wicked.
Yeah, that brown sugar, the dill and the butter, that make it taste like you eating crab or lobster or something.
Damn, you can't find that at the regular grocery store, can you?
Yeah.
What, tuna steak? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuna will like spoil immediately, so they flash freeze it. You only can get it frozen. As soon as it come out of water, it start degrading. So you in like where I'm at in Detroit, it's never gonna be, fresh. It's always gonna be frozen.
Okay. You can get it fresh in the Asian market.
Bro, they gotta.
It's expensive as fuck, but you can get it fresh.
The things that they gotta go through to preserve it, to get it here. You trying to get me a motherfucking $100 12-ounce steak? Nigga, damn.
No, I get the frozen ones.
Yeah, but you got to get the select.
What I do is when I thaw them out, in the brine. I brine them while I thaw them out.
Yep, while they frozen.
Yep. I put them in the salt water brine and just let them go. Well, Lance, you know how to cook. You never know that.
Oh yeah, I'm a real chef, bro.
Yeah, me too, man.
And at least in my mind, I don't cook for no restaurant, but family and kids.
No, the only time I like going to a restaurant is when they can cook something I can't cook. If I can make it, I don't want to go buy it.
I definitely go to restaurants to learn how to cook, to get new tastes, to cook things that I ain't never ate before. Like I'll never go to the restaurant and pick something that I can cook.
Yeah, nah. No, do that.
I'm trying to get. You think I was playing? I'm trying to get that real oxtail recipe, bro. If I show you these oxtails I got, woo! Oh my god, these are the biggest oxtails I ever seen in my life.
Braise them in a pressure cooker first. Use the drippings to build your gravy. Add a handful of butter beans to the mix. After you build up your gravy, put the oxtail back in there and let it all simmer down. Make sure you have ginger, allspice, thyme, bay leaf, Scottish bonnet pepper, browning sauce, or you brown some sugar yourself. That means burning it out of skillet. Caramelize it.
Caramelize it.
Yep. And you'll have a wicked oxtail.
I was hoping I could do it in some type of boiler because I can't find a rubber to my pressure cooker. Maybe I got this dishwasher, bro, but that shit don't work without the rubber around it, the little seal. I tried it.
Oh, you need the seal.
Yeah, I can't find it. I don't know. I got to look in the dishwasher. I ain't look really hard, but boiled tuna steak? Nah. Hell no. Nah. You got to put some fire on that steak.
Only time you boil tuna steak is if you want to make tuna.
Like tuna sandwiches or some shit.
Yeah, you boil it and cool it off and then broke it up yourself. But that's like a waste of tuna steak.
Yeah, but you know what? When I cook my seafood salad, I do use the tuna steak like that. I still don't cook it all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
D Red say he up putting his roast on. Shout out to him.
But Red, hey, use the instead of using green peppers, bro. Use
It's too late. He ain't finna go to the grocery store.
No, he might have it. We call them green peppers, them hot peppers. They not hot, but they look like they supposed to be hot. Banana peppers. Use banana peppers instead of the green pepper, and it add a whole new flavor. I learned that from a Russian lady. That shit good as hell.
Oh yeah. I got about 8 bags of peppers in there.
Yeah, pepper cheese.
Every type of pepper you can name. The peppers I'm eating right now, and I pick up myself.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what you did have. That's right. You did have that up there. Those yellow things.
Yep.
Okay.
Those peppers I grew in the garden, and I pickle on vinegar and garlic, other spices, whatever.
Hold on. That was you that was showing the garden off?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That was you. Okay. Yeah, you got a nice garden. You got like a community garden too, or you got your little portion in the garden or something like that.
I got my portion in the garden, and I work at the garden. Yep,
I got
exactly.
you. I remember that. Yeah, that was a nice garden.
Now I eat down there every day. I get something out of there. Green onion. Like I was drinking tea all day because it was kind of cool before the sun bust. Our tea come from the garden. Lemon balm, mint, spearmint, fever grass.
Mm-hmm. I like snap peas from the garden too. I eat those raw right off the fence.
I don't know what they did. They planted some. I was like, why y'all planting some snap peas right
I
now?
see. Look at him. He said, "Hey Buddha," he said he used the habaneros and jalapenos with red wine. This nigga doing it, yeah, Red.
Yeah, man. I love cooking. Habaneros and red wine, wicked.
Yeah, that's what you post. That's what's up.
See, but when I cook, though, I take my seeds out of my habanero, but I use like about 6 of them. But you know, the seeds make it hot. If you take the seeds out, you can use more pepper and you get more flavor before you build up the heat.
Yeah, bro.
Man, this was good.
I gotta get off of here, y'all. My head hurting so bad I can't keep watching this screen.
All right, do what y'all do, Lance. Good conversation tonight. We didn't even get in an argument.
Yeah, that's what's up. I missed that shit. Next time, though.
Next time we can what?
I'm gonna argue with your ass, nigga. I be beating y'all ass over there, bro. It's been a whole year of me whooping y'all ass, man.
No, man, no, that's only in your pseudo world.
It's been a whole year of me whooping y'all ass, man.
You ever know Superman and Bizarro? You like in the Bizarro world, you all right.
I got you. I still got super strength, nigga. Yeah, nigga. All right, Swab, man. I'm waiting on the argument lead to pop back up, bro.
All right, well, shit, we over here, man. That's the truth. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all coming through. Shit. I'll see y'all tomorrow over at Q Butters. Well, later today.
No, I'm here. Unless you're cutting the channel off. I always go ask you what. I don't mean nothing funny, but what's the argument league? Y'all have debates and all of that? What going on over here, Swab? It's my first time joining y'all.
Yeah, when we was well, I used to do like reaction to like Sonetta and them, and then I like joined the debate league, and this was like a channel I created for the debaters to come and talk about topics and break down information, but they just kept arguing. So out of frustration, I was like, this ain't no debate league, this is an argument league. And I was like, damn, I'm gonna name my channel the Argument League. Man, so it's just what we come to just chop up, man. You know what I'm saying? It was like my little corner, you know, because I'm Black
No.
Power. I don't really get represented on a lot of other channels. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
This was one of the best channels on YouTube for 2-3 years straight.
I'm gonna subscribe.
please do. Yeah, I mean, I ain't trying to be funny, but people telling me like Q Butter channel like stoked up the remnants of the argument league because I ain't been live because I went like through a bogus ass breakup and shit. So I ain't been able to go live, but you know, it's basically that element that you seen over there. That's the same shit we do over here, man.
Yeah, that's how we
Oh,
know
that's
each
cool then.
Buddha.
That's just extension.
But
However
I'm not
way
an
it went, it's
atheist.
just an extension. That's good. Then I'll be
Yeah,
welcome.
absolutely,
We can get into debate, have some fun, but don't carry it too
absolutely.
far. That's cool.
Yeah, but I'm not an atheist, so it's like I have more tolerance for religious, you know, spiritual,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know.
man. I set
So,
the platform. You know, I like spirituality too. But when I'm over there with them, you know, I just deal with what they deal with. I'm not necessarily have a denomination or a strict belief in God, but I like the arts. I like the philosophy. I like the mysticism. I like the spiritual stuff. I like interpreting those things. So I'm not against somebody else's interpretation or their spirituality. But when they come on the atheist channel and start imposing that on science, and I'm like, come on, man, we can talk that later. They talking this. Y'all, you just go create an argument. Let's play with their science over here and have some fun. But if I got a place where I could go and we can really talk that other stuff, yeah, that's cool with me. I enjoy that. I ain't got nothing. I hope people don't be like, oh, he be on Q Butter channel. He's an atheist. He gonna hate on us. Nah, I don't do that. I'm Buddha, man. I'm my own mind. You know, like I always tell you, I'm a student of Alan Watts. I'm like into psychoanalytics. I'm into the presuppositions based on religious apprehensions towards reality and what those come with, and then how those manifest in the metaphors and symbols and how people apply them in their life and things like that. I don't like judging people. I just, okay, you're a Christian. What type of Christian? Yeah, that's how you see it. I can't agree with that. Or maybe, I don't know, that's a little weird to me, but that's your stance. I ain't gonna judge nobody. So yeah, I'm open to those type of conversations. In fact, I like them.
Yeah, Suave didn't used to be like that though. I remember when I first met Suave, he said everybody come from Africa. I spent hours yelling at this nigga about that.
and that's so crazy that he pushed that agenda when everybody who been following me says, I believe people sought refuge in Africa after a global catastrophe.
What
And
the
that's where
fuck?
that's where history starts.
I
History
taught you
starts.
that, nigga.
Man, Lance, one thing you got me fucked up on is I've been recording my quotes and my information for years, bro. You could go back and look
I
on
got it.
Suave Bar.
What you guys be doing with that, I think, and this is not definitive. I said I think, so it's just my opinion. But I do think like there was the birth of what we call the Homo sapiens in Africa, and like we said, they spread out. Then we went through bottleneck periods where there was significant genetic mutation, and then there was remigration back into Africa, and then other bottleneck occurrences.
Yeah.
Where there was new genetic mutation. That's how I looked at it, because I was like, yo, it's been a lot of that bottlenecking going on. Even that's how I look at the Bering Strait, because they tell you them people got trapped up there for a few thousand, well, not thousand, but a few hundred years. They was just in the Bering Strait, becoming a whole different people before they even kind of got deep into the Americas. So I was like, that's a bottleneck right there. They isolated and just became a little distinct population. Then they started traveling along the coast and figuring shit out from being there so long. So I was like, it must have been a lot of that going on. People went over there and got isolated, and something happened. Then another climactic, and then they just started wandering and merged with some new people that had been isolated. That's how I look at it. I don't know if I'm right, but that's what the evidence seemed to suggest to me.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah, yeah. That's all. I mean, I don't know how old the Earth is, but I believe man is a lot older than what they tell us. I believe we've been intelligent for longer than they've been telling us, and like I believe man has been intelligent from the beginning. You know, I don't. I'm not against certain aspects of evolution, but I know they're lying about the evolution of humans. You know,
I cannot
so
believe this.
I
it's
don't
just kind of
necessarily think they're lying. I think they just try and use what evidence they have and build and extrapolate from that. And if they once they
yeah,
get
but
evidence that suggests different, then they'll go with that.
yeah, I get that exists in universities, but as far as the people who've been in possession of the world's literature and knowledge for thousands of years, they know what's up. They know what's up. They. It's like they letting us in general relearn what we already learned. But they got the papyruses, they got the books, they got the scriptures that shows that we've been knew about the atom, we've been knew about astrology, we've been knew about the earth. You know what I'm saying? The other continents. They would like for us to think we didn't discover the world to the 1500s. Like, come on, bro. What type of
Well,
idiot do you think humans are?
well, it'd be more food exchange though. That's the evidence.
Big dog. You said what?
In any population of significant contacts, there's great exchange of food and commodities, and there wasn't before then. There's just little evidence of
I
great
mean, you
exchange of
don't
flora
know.
and
You
fauna.
don't. That's what I'm
Now, unless
saying.
you're talking about ancient times, which we
Which
have no
would be what?
record of, then I can't deny your hypothesis. I just got
Oh
to
yeah.
be
Well,
like,
I know that our people are prehistoric people.
oh,
History
okay. Well, if
starts
you go
with
in there, then I ain't got because now
yeah.
that's you know what I mean. I'm not trying to say it's conjecture, but that's your personal opinion and the way you accept the evidence. And once
Yeah.
we go to prehistoric times, the evidence is so limited.
Limited but definite. Like we were communicating
I like that.
before writing. Before writing, we were communicating. So it's
Yeah, I
like
agree.
so that
Before
just
recording.
We
huh?
had stories, symbols. We had all type of methods of
Yeah.
communicating
But
that
that wasn't
led
supposed
to
to
a form
exist
of
though.
writing. I agree.
Yeah, but that wasn't supposed to exist though. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you get into like nowadays we have a little bit more liberation, but when white man was writing history, oh yeah, it started with him. The world started with him. And it wasn't worth talking about until he discovered it or was able to do it.
I don't know
He,
about that now
oh yeah.
because when the first historian they got say the world started with black folks, the Ethiopians, the Hippocrates, and all of that. That is who they credit, and he credits us. Now, when they started Occidental history, they started trying to reinvent that shit
Well, maybe that's
and,
what I'm calling
and
history.
deny the books you're saying. You know what I mean? And create a
Yeah,
story to justify
and
their
steal them
biblical
and
narrative
destroy
to
the
break the
original
world.
version, translate the books and change the literature, and then destroy the original and paint the people white. There was
Well,
no
I
black.
agree with you about that because, like I told you, that's one of the things that really, when you brought that up, I was like, yo, Schwab mentioned that. He bold. He the only other person I would know that I've heard understands that. Because I've gotten big arguments since the 90s with people. I would tell them, like, no, we were wrong, they wrote Christianity first. I was like, gee, they wrote the Christian story first. Then they went and compiled the Jewish story to justify the Christian story. Certain Arabs wouldn't buy that. They gave them the Muslim story. They literally made these books up in that order. That's why it works that way. That's why you use the Old Testament to justify the New Testament. You just don't get it. And then I was arguing. I was like, "No, B, these books was this happened. And they put this out, and these people was running things, and they needed to, and these people had these lost stories, so they compiled and gave them this narrative." And when you mentioned that the other day, I was like, "Yo, son, that's some deep shit," and it's bold to say because that really puts a whole lot of people's religion in question. It lets them know that you come from a fiction completely, something that's just fictionalized. And I was like, when you said that, Schwab, I knew you wasn't trolling people. I was like, no, Schwab is right there. He's telling y'all the truth.
I appreciate it.
And like I said, a Catholic priest taught me that, Father Charlie Moore. No, listening to his lectures on KPFK radio in Los Angeles in the 90s, and he brought this up. And I was like, what? I called the show.
Damn.
It's like, hell no, what's this? Hold on. And then he was like, this is a whole series. And for like the next 2 weeks, he went in deep and did all that explanation on who wrote what, who hid what. I was just like dumbfounded. Couldn't believe that, and it was a Catholic priest telling the truth. He's like, we made all this shit up. Every religion.
Damn. I wonder if I could find his material.
You find Father Charlie Moore, and he's kind of mystical, but if you find him, he's dope. And he's a Catholic priest. And watch this, he was a judge. In a what was it? I think it was Sonoma County in California, somewhere like that. He was a judge, and he understood admiralty and sovereignty law, and they actually kicked him off the bench because he was using the law correctly and siding with all the people that challenged the law and ruling in their favor and crazy shit like that. He was a crazy guy, B. And his knowledge though is deep. And he stayed a Catholic priest his whole life, and he explains to you why.
Was it political?
He was talking about the essence of the faith from what he learned and what he was forbidden to teach, but what they know was not the doctrine of original sin, but original innocence. And he said his faith was grounded in original innocence, but they were not allowed to teach it. So as a renegade, he started teaching original innocence and exposing how they switched this whole thing up and made this shit up, and how if they had just kept it made up as a fictional story about original innocence, it would have had a greater power than trying to make it a historical document to gain world dominance. And that was his position, and he started breaking it down. His name is Father Charlie Moore. You can look him up. You can't really find nothing on him from YouTube because they purged him hard. You can Google him, you'll get a few things, and you're going to get his foundation and probably access to his books and a few clips of his lectures. But this nigga got about 3,000 lectures that is hidden right now. It's hard to find them. I used to have them on cassette, but people stole the cassettes that I recorded of him when he used to be live doing his broadcast. A lot of people stole them from me. I don't have them anymore. But he's one of the jewels in terms of understanding that. And he's like, he tells the truth as a priest. If you Google him on YouTube, you'll catch him in a conversation with another Catholic priest. That conversation is interesting. It's kind of sporadic, but they drop some jewels in there that'll let you know some of the things I'm talking about come out in that conversation. But as far as his real lectures, you got to research to get them. But they out there, but you got to really dig for them.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they don't let a lot of them slip through the radar. Catholic priests that tell the truth. Shit.
Yeah. When he was in the 90s, you could it's this radio program. I don't know if he's still alive, but it's called Something's Happening. And the dude name is Roy Hollywood. And he used to have this radio program. People call it Fringe, but it really wasn't Fringe. He would bring on political theorists, health revolutionaries, and spiritual people like Alan Watts and Father Charlie Moore, all these other people. He play their lectures or they'd be on the show live. And so when I was in college, it was funny. He used to come on late at night. And one night, I didn't know nothing about this guy. I was trying to find a college hip hop station, and they play hip hop and reggae. It was, I think it was 89.9. This station was 90.7. So I'm scrolling through the dial, like, damn, scroll through the dial. All you young people don't know nothing about that. I came across the voice. It was just a voice, and he said something about the meditative this, and I just stopped the dial because the way he said it, it just made sense. And I quit thinking about hip hop, and I just started listening to the lecture. It was Alan Watts. I didn't know who Alan Watts was, but I was like, yo, this shit sounds like I know what's this. So then I was trying to figure out the station, and it went off. So the next day I kept going to that station, and it was some other shit. It was like a community station. Then later on at midnight, his show came on, but it wasn't no Alan Watts. It was political shit this time. I think it was Dave Emery. He talking about Martin Bormann and the Martin Bormann group and his Nazi affiliation and the influence on American politics. I'm listening to that. I'm like, what? Who is Martin Bormann? So I go to research and I'm like, oh, this is some real shit. So I started getting addicted to this show. And then one night, the spiritual night came on, and Father Charlie Moore was a guest live. I was like, yo, who is this? The Catholic priest. And he started breaking shit down. I called the show. I was like, hey, what you mean? He was like, don't worry, we about to go into this in depth. And he did about a week worth of lectures and broke that shit down. My mind was tripping. But I was like, what do you mean y'all wrote that first? All my life, y'all have been telling me that these people had a story, that the Greeks copied this, and then this happened, and then this Christian thing happened, and then the Muslim thing happened, and then y'all compiled the Bible. No, that's not what happened. You mean y'all wrote the Bible, then y'all made a Jewish story, then y'all made a Muslim story. I couldn't believe that shit, B. I'm not lying to you, Suave. I was like, nah, this is not real. And I kept doing further research, and the more I researched it, I was like, I can't tell people this. I never told nobody I knew nothing about this until you said that the other day. I used to be quiet, you know.
Damn. That's
So I thought I would sound crazy saying that to people. And then when you started going into shit, I was like, yo, that's why I said, yo, I want to really have, yo, B, you talking real. You willing to say that? I'm willing to stand right by you with you. Like, yeah, let's go into this.
That's hard. That's hard.
And then when I started finding out the seeds of the Trinity was rooted in the Middle Platonists, I'm like, wait a minute.
Break that down.
Yeah, if you study the Middle Platonists, the pre-concepts to the Trinity in the nous, and the apostasies, the different manifestations of the nous in the tree, and the other two aspects. You have the nous, and you have the what is the other two? He has two different words, but those two different words become the apostasies of the Christian triune, when the nous being God, and then the two manifestations of the apostasies, the differentiations, one being the it's the nous. I think it's the good. and it's what's equated as the beautiful. But one of them is equated as the Holy Spirit, the other as the manifestation of the self being in order to do, and the nous being the essence from which they emanate from. And this emanation of the one manifesting into the two, which becomes the triune, which is the three, is the root of the Trinity. And it's the philosophical basis to the Trinity, and why the church fathers like Dorjin and Augustine and Aquinas, all of them were Neoplatonists, and they were using Middle Platonist ideas. That's why they were Neoplatonists, because they're building on the Middle Platonist ideas and making them more universal. And they're using Christianity as a metaphor to express those ideas. So what's crazy about that is that you think the concept of the Trinity comes out of Christianity. No, it existed prior to Christianity. So when he's talking about how they made the story up, and I'm like, wait a minute, y'all did have the whole concept of that, and y'all applied that into the version of Christianity, and that wasn't inherent. And when people go study the church fathers, there's a whole division about this Trinity thing, because it's a Middle Platonist concept. It ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. It's part of the made-up story that they used to construct the Bible. They came out of their philosophical foundations, which gave it a structure that was non-theological, so that the philosophers became the original church fathers and structured the scripture around a philosophy. And I was like, yo, this is crazy, but it's the truth. If you look up, let me see right now. I'll give it to you right now. Let me see. I think I got some.
I bet.
In my bookmark, right here in my bookmark, to give people some names and some dates about this. Let me raise the computer. Give me 1 second, because my screen was black. Here we go.
You got it. Hey, for the few people in the chat, could y'all hit that like button for me? It's the argument day, man. The boy Swab Boss here with Buddha.
Everybody else left when we started talking intellectual. What happened to them?
Yeah, they dipped off. Buddha Knowledge Jinx, ain't it? Or what was it?
What, Buddha Clinks?
Buddha Clinks.
The email,
Buddha
BUDA.
Knowledge Links.
Yeah, yeah. Let me go right here. Let me do this right now. Come on, man. Give me some recognition. There we go. No, do I want this? That's no, I gotta go up here. I know I got this stuff. Hold up, y'all. Open my bookmark. Give me 1 second.
You got it. We patient over here.
There we go. The Trinity. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, let's do this one. Let me see. This should be it. This is from the worldpress.com 2020, Platonism and the Trinity. Eclectic Orthodoxy, Platonism and the Trinity by Alexander Earl, March 29th, 2020. And it starts out with an image of the one. Then you have the nous, which is the mind, the world soul, and the individual souls. Whether education or previous adherents, many of the early church fathers were admirers of Platonism. One may immediately think of Justin Martyr, Origen of Alexandria, Gregory of Nicaea, Augustine of Hippo, Pseudo-Dionysius, among others. Despite this connection, the question of acceptable relationship between Christianity and Platonism remains a live one, both as a matter of history and of theology. After all, who could forget the oft-quoted phrase of Tertullian, "What has Athens to do with Jerusalem?" Or the Reformation era condemnation of Platonism championed by Luther, plus Platonis quam Christianis. In presence, the movement known as radical orthodoxy may easily be determined as socio-distant Platonist Augustine revival. They in turn follow on the footsteps of Nouvelle theology from 20th century Roman Catholic circle. Yet again, among some members of the Anglophone philosophical tradition, Platonism is seen as outright dangerous and even inconsistent with biblical Christianity. Let's see if that's true, though. As to which suspicious, the narrative runs something akin to the following. Christianity and Platonism are incompatible. The fathers may have been enamored by the Platonists for a time or even formally trained in it, but eventually they abandoned it for the gospel, and their anti-Platonist rhetoric is proof. The principles are insurmountable. Platonism offers optimism about our rational and moral capacities and to mystically ascend alone to alone, that is, to absolute simplicity of the one, of which we are necessary emanations to which we all must necessarily return. Christianity, on the other hand, offers us a grace of biblical revelation, which reveals God as a personal triune that creates ex nihilo in utter freedom and creativity, and even designed to become incarnate in history in flesh and blood, suffering death for our sakes. The two appear irreconcilable. Dun, 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 dun. The plot thickens. It would be worthy endeavor to tackle each of these dichotomies, but one in particular is deserving of sustained attention, and that is the Trinity. For there is perhaps no better prima facie difficulty between the two than the confession that God is one, ousia, in three hypostases, as opposed to the Platonic doctrine of the absolute simplicity of one articulated by someone like Plotinus. Any attempt to reconcile them would appear to run afoul of some undesirable consequences. Notably, historical attempts at placating all devouring simplicity of the imperial one have unavoidably lasted in some manner of heresy, to one prominent extremes amounting to Sabellianism or Arianism, a point we will return to later, which may prompt the conclusion that to be a proper Nicene Christian, one has to disregard the insights and tendencies of the Platonic grammar. Very important sentence. What do you mean? Christianity is embedded in Platonic grammar, and to be a proper Nicene Christian, I have to ignore that? Well, who's writing these books in Platonic grammar? I don't think it's Hebrews, but I'm going to stop digressing and get back to the point. However, contrary to such anti-Platonic rhetoric, both historical and contemporary, I aver that Platonism is not only useful, but essentially making good sense of foundational Christian doctrines. This necessity is only exacerbated by our long fall away from the vision of reality that the urgent Christians could not help but embrace, a vision inaugurated by Plato, developed by his disciples, and I boldly assert, inherently and radically transfigured by Christians' reflection on the God revealed in Christ. This transfiguration has numerous facets, but for our purpose, it is the philosophical ramifications deserving of attention. As will become clear shortly, the only way to solve the perennial problem of the one and the many, such as to account for the simultaneousness of individuality and the interdependence of being grounded in the transcendence of God without reducing God to a ontic being within the created order or violent negation of creation in the light of God's infinite difference is the first principle of all to be perfectly one and relational. But since we have so ruinously strayed from that vision, if we are to have any hope of recovering any more metaphysical, robust, and a coherent account of reality, it is imperative to return to the source and derive those initial connections. Such a project does not reduce Christianity to some anti or pre-Nicene status, as some have thought, but on the contrary provides an intellectual structure that is coherent, defensible, historically constant, and attractive. In that regard, this essay argues that the primary reference to the father of the Neoplatonism, Plotinus, and aims to show how his metaphysical contours of the Trinity can be intimated in his thought, as well as Plotinus philosophy already provides much of the rich metaphysical principles necessary for a fruitful Trinitarian metaphysic, thereby contributing to a robust conceptualization of the core tenet of the Christian faith and an important step in the history of philosophy. I'm not going to read no more because it's a long article. But it goes in and it delineates how the Neoplatonists, building on the Middle Platonists, laid the foundations and created the concept of the Trinity.
Yes.
And those who were writing the Trinity were contingent upon those ideas as they constructed the biblical text. Oh, man. And so, yeah, that's some deep stuff right there. I hope people got it. I hope I didn't read too fast or went over their head. Then
But that was cool. What was that source?
That's Platonism and the Trinity and eclectic orthodoxy. And then your Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on the history of the Trinitarian doctrine. It has a good delineation of the Platonic influence, the direct influence on second century Christian theology is a Jewish philosopher and theologian, Philo of Alexandria, Philo Judas, the product of Alexandrian Middle Platonism with elements of Stoicism and Pythagoreanism. The direct influence on second century Christian theology is a Jewish philosopher and theologian, Philo of Alexandria, the product of Alexandrian Middle Platonism. Inspired by a Timaeus of Plato, Philo read the Jewish Bible as the teaching that God related to the cosmos by his word, Logos, the firstborn son of God. Alternatively, a via further emanation from this word creates by means of the creative power and the royal power conceived both as his power and yet as his angels, distinct from him, giving him, as it were, metaphysical distance from the material world. Another influence may have been Neo-Pythagorean Middle Platonist Neomimus, who posited that a triad of gods, calling him alternatively Father, Creator, and Creature, Forefather, Offspring, and Descendant, and Father, Maker, and Made, or one in ancient report, Grandfather, Father, and Son, moderates thoughts a similar triad somewhat earlier. Justin Martyr describes the origins of the Logos, the pre-human Jesus, from God using three metaphors: light of the sun, fire from fire, speaker of his speech, each of which is found in either Philo or Numaeus, accepting the Philonic thesis that Plato and other Greek philosophers received their wisdom from Moses. He holds that Plato in his dialogue Timaeus discussed the Son, Logos, as Justin says, the power next to the first God, and in Plato's second letter, Justin finds mention of a third, Holy Spirit. As with this Middle Platonist, Justin's triad is hierarchical or ordered, and Justin's scheme is not properly Trinitarian. The one God is not the three, but rather one of them, and the primary one, the ultimate source of the second and the third. The Trinity comes from Middle Platonists. I could prove this. I could keep reading and give you way more examples. And this is right from the history of Trinitarian doctrine from the Stanford Dictionary, University of Stanford. And it goes right down, and that's just the introduction.
That should have been.
Yeah,
That
but
should be mandatory with the Bible.
yeah, a lot of people don't know that. They get in arguments about the Trinity and that's some old Greek philosophy. They got produced into some metaphors. And then you have 3, I know not what, the influence of Greek philosophy on the doctrine of the Trinity. That's from Science Flow, South Africa. Has a complete abstract. This article examines the origins of traditional or orthodox Trinitarian formula. The main objective is to clarify what extent the traditional Christian doctrine of the Trinity and Nicene formulas has been influenced by Greek philosophy. Through contemporary theological dialogue on this issue and research focused on the comparison between traditional formulations of the doctrine of Trinity influenced by Greek philosophy and the biblical revelation of the Godhead. The conclusion is that the Trinitarian formula might not be a dogmatic teaching, but a mystery, a de-Hellenization of a concept of Trinity. A de-Hellenization of the concept of Trinity, and that the church fathers and the post-Nicene church used the Greek philosophical theological expression for Trinity already present in scriptures and in its doxological and liturgical form, primarily for the purposes of contextualization. They made some shit up. And that is Science Law, South Africa. It's a full-on research paper. I just read the abstract. I'm not going to read it to you because it's very long. But yeah, the Trinity comes from Middle Platonists.
That's a lesson in itself. That's a month's worth of material right there. For real. For real. Because that's going to lead down so many other doors. You know what I'm saying? Like, man. That's why in my earlier days, when I was like, caught myself researching, and it was like all YouTube videos, right? It was like the YouTube videos would mention books, and I had to pause it, open up another tab, bring up the book, and I found myself 40 minutes, an hour and a half into reading the book, and then find out what I want, and then I just unpause the video and go. And it was like, it would take me a month to watch one video because I would pause and find what they talking about every note. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that was the shit. I missed those days.
That's how it was in the 90s for me with the cassettes. Because like I said, I was recording these things and I was like, man, I can't believe this. But this just sounds too right. You know how sometimes you know when somebody is pseudo or they kind of make, but when they hitting on something, they just, that don't sound made up. Like, let me go research that. And go down the rabbit hole. And I'd be like, yo. Like when I found out, a long time I known about this Trinity stuff. I be hearing people argue about it. I just be sitting there like, y'all really ain't researched this. It's readily available that that's some shit that the Middle Platonists had a long time before there was a Bible. And they were making some shit up to contextualize and build this story. Like this is evidence. That's why when you said that, I was like, yo, I gotta quit arguing with Swab. I need to get to know him. Just because we don't agree about certain things, no, he knows some things. I could par with him. We could talk. Because I think sometimes people think you got to agree on everything. I'm like, no, you're supposed to have people around that's pressing you and making you start your thing up. I don't want everybody to agree with me. I want somebody to give me pushback and make me think.
Exactly. Exactly.
I
Even
don't
if
take it
it's
personal.
yeah, if you got a problem with that, you got to question yourself. Why do I feel whatever way you want to describe it when my information is pushed against? Because I know I can take you exactly where what I'm saying exists, and you're gonna either agree or disprove it. Which at that point, if you disprove it, I'm now smarter than what I was, and I can quit spewing what I thought was the truth and what I now think is the truth. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I agree with the same way, man. And a lot of people
you
get
only
me
get to
wrong because I just be like about the language, trying to get, because that's where I come from, the literary world. So I don't be like trying to insult people or nothing. I just be like, come on, man, let's get the language here so we can get to the learning. Because I'm always about learning. If I'm like you, if you prove me wrong or if you put me on to something I wasn't aware of or I misinterpreted, good. You fix my game up. My game is tighter for the next go around. I can't say that again. I know I was wrong. Let me correct that. Let me tighten that up. Get the slack off the line. Yeah, man. Yeah, Suave is cool, man. Yeah, because I have evidence for the things I say. I know people's like, what do you mean they made this stuff for us? Me, I can give you evidence where they start putting that stuff together from before you even was thinking about Bible. They was already dealing with Trinity. And they've been arguing for it since then. Matter of fact, they wrote 3 different books centered around that whole concept. They even told you they had a Jewish Middle Platonist. That don't even make sense to people. What you mean a Jewish Middle Platonist? Well, hey, I didn't say it. The document said it. Man, he was arguing about the Trinity. Wait a minute. Jews don't believe in no Trinity. What's going on? How the hell you got a Jewish Middle Platonist writing about the Trinity? That's, I don't know how that happened, but they got the records. I read about it and I had the same head scratching moment you had because I thought they ain't got nothing to do with no Trinity. They supposed to be waiting on David House and other shit. No, this says that this nigga was a Jewish Middle Platonist writing about the Trinity. Before there was, hey, I don't know what to say about those things when you read them. How do you reconcile that? How do you stick to the traditional narrative after you know these type of things? You cannot. And that's why I think it'd be room for people to make up a lot of shit. And I'd be like, nah, man, if you just go really study the real shit, it's crazier than making something up. It's just crazier. Because, like, we do weird shit in the conscious community. Yo, Pythagoras stole this. And then we jump all the way to the 1800s or the 13th century. The Moors was doing this. And you're like, wait a minute, my nigga, you didn't go from Pythagoras to the Moors. You skipped out a whole lot of names and philosophical developments and ideas and religions. They just didn't go steal shit from Egypt, man. They was there for, about at least 1,000 years, building and learning and doing things. They just didn't walk in and steal. You go through the history, you'll see these people was there involved in high thinking outside the temple. Because from how it was taught to me, one of the reasons they started doing their plays and performances, it was outside the temple in the agoras and the courtyards, because they was trying to please the priests to get invited into the schools to learn something. That's how it was taught to me. And I was like, what? And that's why that whole shit about the agora and him walking around in the agora talking about Socrates. And the Platonic dialogues were started as plays about him in mockery. What? Yes. And the dialogues and the format that he did the dialogues in became so popular that Plato developed his own school called the Lyceum. And people wanted to see them not on the stage, but just hear him outside of the stage. And that's when he became a philosopher. But it all started from him doing street performances in Egypt to get attention to priests. This is crazy, B. You can't make this shit up. You couldn't write that story when that's the true story. And you write that, people be like, yo, you made that up. You be like, no, go research the shit and find out the birth of the dialogue and its implications on ritual and where they were doing the rituals and why he was doing the rituals and how it got popular and how you use the dialectic, which was his form of the dialogue. So this is crazy. And it became a philosophical tradition out of art. How do philosophical traditions come out of art? You have Romanticism as a philosophy. It developed in the art of poetry. What are you talking about? There's plenty of them. Modernism. We can go down the line. Realism. None of those ethoses came from science. Those shit came from art. And they molded philosophies and orientations towards the world. So when you say a whole philosophical tradition was developed in Egypt out of street performance to impress priests, I say, hey, yeah, I didn't tell you that. That's what they taught me. And I was amazed at that. And I'm like, yo, this is a better story. Then they stole some shit. Like this is more funny. It's like, how the fuck you expect that to happen? I really thought they came in there and took some shit and stole it, this and that. Like, nah, that's not what they did. Then when you study it, you'll find out. You'll be like, oh. Because you'll go from the concept of one in Pythagoras, because they say Pythagoras was the only one that got into some school to learn some mathematical principles. And then he came out and he had the concept of the one, which he enumerated into the monad, enumerated that into the tree, and found the balance of the tree and the triangle. That's why he was all into the Pythagorean theorem and the square and that whole shit, because it was about that balance of trees. And that became his whole shit, which was the rudiments to the people that took his concept of the monad and the splitting of the monad into that triune, and they developed the concept of the atomists. And the atomists led to the thought of the Middle Platonists, with still constructing this and building on this principle of one emanating into the tree and the balance and all of that. But now they're doing it not necessarily numerical, but they're dealing with it philosophical and principles of ethics and goodness and qualities of life. And they're trying to take the math and apply it to, they're trying to take the quantitative world and apply it to a qualitative orientation where they're discussing the soul and things that are beyond measurement. But using the principles established by the Pythagorean monad into the Pythagorean theorem, into the concept of the atomist and the conceiving of this triunion around one solid entity that's indivisible. That concept of that indivisibleness merges into how the one emanates into the three spiritually into a triune that's supposed to be indivisible and relating the aspects of God being all self-sustaining and trying to have all principles of being encapsulated in one essence that the Middle Platonists refer to as the nous by now, but what started as the monad. And all of this thought is pre anybody talking about no Christian anything. But these became the principles that became the foundations of the Trinity and other Christian theological concepts that became embedded in stories and versions and ways in which the Bible was interpreted and presented to people that had no idea of all this shit. This shit is the purpose and what was being argued. Man, by the time that happens and you get mad people deciding, then you get the manipulation of it by state powers, and that's a whole nother concept, conversation. But in terms of the structure and developing of it, yeah, it comes out of that historical Greek tradition more than any Egyptian tradition. As much as it's Egyptian, it's through the Greek influence, which is the only way you can say to me it's Egyptian, is because the Greeks were influenced by Egyptian modes of rhetoric as they developed their own modes of rhetoric. And I insist that their modes of rhetoric were developed outside the temples and not in the temple. So it was unique. And that's why Pythagoras and his theories are not as well known they're well known like as mathematical principles, but people don't think of him as a philosopher. When you hear Pythagoras, you go right to Pythagorean theory and you think mathematics, and you think how he stole some mathematical shit that they used to build the principle, but really he was a philosopher. That's what he was. And his philosophy corresponded to numbers, though. He used numbers. When you think philosophy, though, and you're taught philosophy, you think Plato. Why? Because Plato's shit, they could say, was independent. It was outside. It was in the theater. It was from the arts. It was not of the priesthood. The whole allegory of the cave was being kept in the dark because he was kept from the dark. And he's like, oh, you brainwashing the people that's going in the temple because they can't see what's not presented from them from the temple. I'm outside of the temple, so I got free wisdom. What that free wisdom came from basically becoming a great performer on stage. And his dialect. And the method of dialect embedded with the syllogism and the philosophical principles became a method of reasoning. And in that method of reasoning, at first, Socrates was a comedic character. Niggas could be like, what? Yes, because comedy meant happy ending. And all the dialects ended with a reconciliation, which was happy. Tragedy meant non-happy ending, and it was only comedy and tragedy in the way you presented any type of theatrical performance. There was no middle ground. Comedy didn't mean necessarily laugh, even though the laughter and that shit was part of it. It just means it had a happy ending. Tragedy meant it had a sad ending. So in his mockeries, they always had a comedic ending, a happy ending, which would bring a joy to the crowd, which aimed to their popularity, and allow him to have a befuddling Socrates, a muddling Socrates, then a wise Socrates. Those characters became standards of personality to where you have the befuddling character in a work of fiction who always has some wisdom. Suave, I didn't mean to come over here and start beating up your channel and dropping too many jewels. I'm sorry.
Man, tell the truth, this is a blessing, bro. I really appreciate it. Real talk. It's like a it's like a breath of fresh air hearing. You know what I'm saying? Information that I ain't come across, and not just from someone who heard it, but someone who, you know, did the research and is able to break it down and correlate it the way you do. So I mean, sure. Basically, that's the heart of the channel. You know what I'm saying? The information you got, the way you breaking it down. I like to have that compiled. You know what I'm saying? So
I gotta come over to Swamp Track. I can't do this over there with the science heads. They're not gonna want to hear it. They don't want to talk about the Crab Nebula and all of that shit. Speed of light and the formula for gravity, which is cool. I can talk about that. But man, this is a breath of fresh air for me too. I don't get a chance to talk about these things, so people don't know I know these things. They just think I'm over there to be the editor for the scientists. They got the literary editor over here with the scientists. Yeah. No, I really like literature and I study it and I like the mystical aspects.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to let me see. I don't know if you could play it. I don't you won't get a strike, but I don't know if people would even pay attention long enough to listen to it. Let me see if I can find the title. Because it's on YouTube. And I played it before on the live channel and didn't get no, because it's all his stuff is free. His children made it free. I'm saying this could be some crazy shit because he's one of my favorite he's a psychoanalyst and he's a white man. I ain't gonna front, but what I realized what he was doing is he was attacking the white mind in psychoanalytic format. And when I was listening to him, so much of the shit was relevant. I realized I had a white mind. This sounds crazy. I know people like, what? And I'm like, yeah. So I listened to him to heal my white mind. It sounds crazy because I was like, yo, the black rage, no black thought was addressing this. It wasn't addressing this healing of the mind shit. And when I started listening to this guy, I was like, yo, this is not really no black or white thing. This is really about the presuppositions you come to the world with, and that these things affect like not only your bias, but they really like the way you think before you even have a thought. Like you wake up with these presuppositions imposed on you, and then if you never take time to really say, well, what are they? If you've never expressed them or thought about them, you kind of just accept them throughout your life. And a lot of those presuppositions are embedded in white supremacy or Occidental ways of thinking that cause you to behave in ways that are detrimental to yourself. In the similar ways that how can I say it? That most people are a detriment to themselves based on a faulty analysis of the ethos and presuppositions that they bring into the world. Like, all right, it's called The Web of Life. I don't know if if you ain't gotta play it, we can listen to the audio, but we might want to stop it like every 15 minutes and break down what's being discussed for the
You
people.
said The Web of Life.
Yeah, Alan Watts, The Web of Life.
Let me see.
I think this is the one. Let me see some. Y'all like fringe stuff. We gonna go into some deep, get people into some.
Human consciousness is at the same time as being a form of awareness and sensitivity and understanding, it's also a form of ignorance. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out
That's it.
Yeah, man, that's it.
more than it takes in. And because of this, it leaves out things that are terribly important. It leaves out things that would, if we did know them, allay our anxieties and fears and horrors. And if we could extend our awareness, you see, to include those things that we leave out, we would have a deep interior peace. Because we would all know the one thing that you mustn't know, you know, according to the rules of our particular social game. The one thing you mustn't know, that's really not allowed, that is the lowdown on life. And the lowdown, on the one hand, means the real dirt on things. But the lowdown is also what is profound, what is mysterious, what is in the depths. And there's something left out. And our everyday consciousness screens this out in the same way that when you say you have weaving, you have, say, on this rug here in front of us, when the black finishes here, the black threads will go underneath and then appear again over here. Then they'll go underneath the white and then they'll appear again over here, you know? So that the back will be the obverse pattern of the front. Now, the world is like that. Our sense organs are selective. They pick out certain things. They're receptive. For example, we have a small, small band of what you might call a spectrum of light, of sound, of tactile sensation, and so on, to which the human organism is sensitive. But we know that outside that small band, there is a huge range of vibrations to which we have built instruments that are sensitive. Things like cosmic rays, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, hard X-rays, so on. They're all outside the band of our spectrum. And obviously, there are things that are outside the range of our instruments. We may build new instruments someday which will evoke, bring into our consciousness other orders of vibration altogether. But yet, as yet, we don't know about them. So you could imagine, you see, the universe is a vast, vast system of vibrations and has infinite possibilities. All these vibrations, you know, are like the strings on a harp. And the harps that the angels are supposed to play in heaven are really this huge possibility. See, when you play the harp, you select strings. You don't play all the strings. It's stupid to just run your finger along the whole edge of the harp, back and forth, and go. What you do is you pick out with your fingers, select just like on the piano. You don't go brum. You pick out certain notes, and these make the patterns. But at the same time as you pick out, you reject what you don't pick out. But it's all there, constituting a fundamental continuity, the kind of continuity of the thread as they go to the back of the woven material and make up the obverse of the pattern that's on the front. Now, the question that is absolutely basic for all human beings is, what have you left out? You see? You are focused on certain things that constitute what you call everyday reality. Look, you single out people and you see them sitting all around. And you know there are things that are really there. And then behind the people are the houses or whatever we live in, and the earth, and behind all that, the sky, and so on. But we see the world as a collection of rather disjointed events and things. And I might say to you as you came in here today, now, my goodness, you all forgot something. What did you forget? And you think, my goodness, did I put my pants on? Did I wear a sweater? Did I got my glasses and my hair on, or my wig or whatever? And no, it's none of that. Well, something you've forgotten. See, everybody's forgotten something. You left it out. You just missed it. See? And so I can bring this out, what you've forgotten, if I ask you, who are you? Well, you say, I'm Paul Jones, or whatever your name happens to be. I say, oh, no, don't give me that stuff. Who are you really? And you think, whoa, of course, I'm just me. No, don't give me that. I don't want to hear all that nonsense. You're playing a trick on me. Really, deep down, who are you? I don't know. Well, that's the thing to find out. That's the thing that's been forgotten. See, that's the underside of the tapestry, the thing that's been left out. Because what we are carefully taught to ignore is that every one of us, fundamentally, deep inside, let's put it that way, is an act of, a function of, a performance of, a manifestation of the works. The whole blinking cosmos, with all its galaxies, and forever and ever and ever, whatever it is beyond that, what you might call God in the Western tradition, or Brahman in Hindu philosophy, or Tao in Chinese. Every one of us is really that, but we are pretending we aren't. And we are pretending with tremendous skill and deception. Now, what I would call a really swinging human being is a person who lives on two levels at once. He's able to live on the level of being his ordinary ego, his everyday personality, and play his role in life and observe all the rules and so on that go with that. But if he's only on that level, if he's only playing that kind of thing and thinks that's all there is, it becomes a drag. And he starts being the kind of person who feels that he's just got to go on surviving. See? It's terribly important to go on surviving, to live. And he works at that. And his children learn the same attitude from him. And they, he says, well, I've got to survive because I've got all these children I've got to support, and so on and so forth. And then they take the same attitude and they breed up children and they feel compulsive about supporting them because they've got to go on. And so nobody really has any fun. It's just, we got to make this thing, you see? And you don't have to. See, whenever I get somebody who comes to me and says, I really can't go on and I have to commit suicide, I say, well, that's entirely, you're right. There's really no reason why you should go on. And if you want to commit suicide, do it. You can check out. Of course, this reduces anxiety. When they feel free to commit suicide, they don't really have to commit suicide so much. You know, you can commit partial suicide. So the sense that you just have to go on living, see, that life is a must. When you say to anything spontaneous, see, life is spontaneous. It happens, in the words of the Taoists, Zheran, which means of itself so. That's their Chinese expression for nature. What happens by itself, what isn't pushed, but it just pops up, you see? Like, gee, I'll never forget, there was a great Zen master I knew once in New York. He was giving a lecture one evening, and he was dressed in his gold ceremonial robes, and he was sitting in front of an altar like this sort of thing, but he had a table in front of him with very formal, with candles on it, and a sutra scripture on a little desk, and he was lecturing on the sutra. And he said, fundamental principle in Buddhism is no purpose, purposelessness. When you drop fart, you don't say, at 9 o'clock I drop fart. It happened of itself. You know, and all these pious Western devotees, you know, kind of put their handkerchiefs in their mouths and try not to laugh. You know? So, but that's the meaning of something that happens of itself, like drop fart or have hiccups or just you came into being, you know? It happens in a kind of a plop way like that. See? Now, you can't tell that process. You ought to happen. You must happen. Because that puts a bind on it. In the same way as when you have a little child and all the relatives have come to a party on Thanksgiving, and you put the child into the middle of all the relatives and say, now, dear, play. See, it absolutely bugs the child to do it like that. And so this is the problem for every artist. Because an artist is a man who makes his living by playing, whether he's dancing or painting or playing music or whatever it is. And he has to overcome this problem. He has to know how to play in public at a given time on an appointment. See? Now that's not an easy thing to learn. But when you catch on to the trick of it, you can do it. To play on demand. That's the hardest lesson of life, to contrive what is called by my Japanese artist friend Saburo Hasegawa a controlled accident. The thing is,
you want to break that down, man? We've been listening to a little bit of it. Anything you want to point out or expand on?
I was gonna ask you your response to it, but in my response to it, what he's talking about is how life is based on a pattern, and that how your bias is not necessarily in what you're looking at, is your bias is what you're not looking at. And that underground into how you structure your pattern is the basis of it, the inverse. And when you don't know what the inverse is, you kind of don't understand the way you structured the pattern or the weaving process you use to construct your reality. You just look at the pattern that is on the face of the rug, but you don't understand the weaving process that created the image that's on the rug. And that's why it's called the web of life, because what he's trying to do is to show you how the interplay between the back and the foreground, the positive and the negative, all these opposites we talked about. That's why he talked about vibration, because he didn't mean it in the sense that we normally use it. He meant it in the sense of oscillation, the up and down, the moving between two different scales, the weaving. That when you look at, if you weave something, it's going to have the same looping up and down that if you map a wave of vibration, it's going to have that same rhythmic pattern to it. But when you create something, it's based on the intersection, the up and down. One thing goes over, one thing goes under, and that intersection creates a point, a reference. Now, if you don't pay attention to what you're cross weaving, then you don't understand that point of reference. You just have a point of reference and you're responding to that. But under that point of reference, there's a background, there's a counter weave to it. There's something on the backside of it, and they go together. You can't have one without the other. And because a lot of people haven't focused on this, it creates an anxiety, because they start worrying about the patterns that they see on the weave rather than the structure of the weave. Because it's like this. If I see a pattern, if I don't know how it's constructed, it's more difficult for me to change it. If anything, I gotta throw the rug out, or I can't break it down and reweave it. But if I understand the pattern, if I understand the weaving process, and this is in reference to yourself, your own identity, the way you structure thought, then you can reconstruct the weave, the image you're presenting. You can redirect the loops and weave a different pattern so that who you are as a person is maybe knit tighter, to stay with the web of life metaphor. It's not separated, it's not full of gaps. You filled in those gaps by tightening up your weave, becoming more skilled at who you are in this in and out pattern that you use to construct self. That's basically what he's saying. I don't know if that helped you out or the try.
Yeah, it
I
helps
don't
me
know
out
if I
now.
find it interesting, but this is why, like, when Wale talk, I'd be like, Wale, you sound like Alan Watts. Like certain
Yeah.
people in the conscious community, like a lot of the principles, and you gotta remember, this guy started teaching in like 1952. This guy died in 1974. Since 1952, he's not had a radio show. I think right now he's on KPFK and he's on KPFA, and they play him on some other state. But throughout since then, he's always been played on live radio. He's always had a radio show, and they repeated his lectures on these radio shows till this day, since 1952.
Yeah.
He gave the first lecture. He gave the first lecture at IBM when they moved to when they got rid of the punch cards, and they moved to digitization. That lecture is dope. He has it. Is one of the lectures you can listen to. It's available. But he gave the lecture to the IBM Corporation, mad corporations. He did a lot. He's a very important psychoanalyst. He's a psychoanalyst, is what he is. And he does psychoanalysis of the Western mind. That's his whole premise. That's what he did. That was his life work. Yo, this cat was so cold that he's like, yeah, he did the coldest pimp move. His wife wanted to divorce him, right? And he was like, whatever, we can divorce, whatever. Do your thing. I'm still going to keep my studio, my dojo in the back and teach my students. So he be back there teaching his students. She got a new husband. This is how much I know about this cat. She got a new husband. but not a new husband, a boyfriend or whatever. Brought him over to the crib. He met Alan Watts and became a disciple, and was a disciple of Alan Watts within a week. And his wife went crazy and left him and took the children and ran off somewhere. And he never saw his children until they got older and they found out about him, and they had inherited all type of stuff, and they wrote books and released stuff to the public. But his wisdom was so cold that he made the next nigga a disciple. He didn't war and fight with him. He didn't get jealous and want to kick him out. His wisdom was, the dude became a disciple, man. I was like, yo, that's crazy right here. That's crazy. I was like, I ain't never seen nobody deal with a situation like that. I ain't never heard that. He became your disciple. She couldn't even keep no man because your wisdom was that powerful. What? Not your gangster. You didn't out gangster him. You made him a disciple. He in there giving you money to learn lessons. I was like, yo, who is this man? This some cold. And his daughter wrote about that in her autobiography about her dad, and her mom never forgave him for that. Because I read the children's auto because I wanted to know, like, how does this man know this much shit? Who is this man? Why he know about the mind like this? So that's what this is about. It's some deep reasoning. It's about 2,000 lectures of this guy. There's a lot of lectures, B. And I guarantee you, all the lectures you hear, all the mystical shit you hear in the conscious community, he's going to say it. And you're going to be like, I never heard of this guy. How is he saying these things? Because of the way your mind works and the natural tendencies of the Occidental way of thinking when you start probing into the mysteries of being and self. And that's why he said the fundamental question is, who are you? What is the fundamental question we have right nowadays? Identity. Who are you? Why? Not because you actually are black and lost an identity, because it's a byproduct of the way Western mind works. The Asian philosophies don't have that way of even conceiving of that problem. They don't have identity quests. That's why a lot of people pick up Asian and Oriental philosophies and mysticisms and all of that shit, and they search for identity. Because once you get over there, the whole world is you. It's all vibration. It's all one being. Same shit this nigga saying. This is why. And this is what he's doing. He's trying to express to you why this happens, because of the nature of the language you use, the way it makes you think about nouns, the way it makes you position yourself as a noun and in isolation. It breeds attention. And when you discuss from that point of tension. And that's why he said life becomes aggressive. It's a struggle. And you black, what do you hear? But you are responding to people whose whole world of thinking is what he's talking about. He ain't talking about you. He's talking about them. And you're a derivative of that. So your struggle is going to be twice as intensified. Nigga, this gets cold, gets deep. Psychoanalysts, remember, this is not history. Psychoanalytics, based on the metaphor of this juxtaposition of the in and out. What are you basing your patterning on? What are you structuring reality on? The only way you know something is what's in the foreground, what's in the background. But you never pay attention to what foreground and background you're drawing into distinction. The way in which you're orienting the pattern. That's why when you go to somebody that know how to track animals or is a native and can jump off the horse and look at all the footprints, his orientation is different. You from the city, you ain't thinking about tracks. You're looking for dust marks and somebody running off in the distance. You're not paying close attention to impressions in the ground. Your orientation is different. The way you look at the foreground and the background is different than the way he look at the foreground and the background. His foreground and background is narrow to the indentation of a goddamn hoof print in the sand. And the weight
We have been
indicated and the
educated
direction indicated. And his orientation
to use
doesn't
our
narrow.
minds.
Oh, let me be quiet. I don't went too deep.
My bad. My earpiece clicked and started it. I was
No, you're good,
readjusting
man.
in my
Start
ear.
your thing. I didn't want to keep going deep. Let's play
Okay,
some more.
I got you.
In a certain way, a way that ignores or screens out the fact that every one of us is an aperture through which the whole cosmos looks out. You see, it's as if you had a light covered with a black ball, and in this ball were pinholes, and each pinhole is an aperture through which the light comes out. So in that way, every one of us is actually a pinhole through which the fundamental light, that is the existence itself, looks out. Only the game we're playing is not to know this. To be only that little hole, which we call me, my ego, my specific John Jones, or whatever. If, however, you see, we can maintain at the same time the sense of being this specific John Jones with his role in life, or whatever, and know also underneath this that we are the whole works, you get a very marvelous and agreeable arrangement. This is a most remarkable harmoniousness. I mean, it gives one's life a great sense of joy and exuberance if you can carry on these two things at once. If you, in other words, you know that all the serious predicaments of life are a game. Now, I want to put it two ways. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, something to be condemned, to take your own individual life seriously, in dead earnest, and to have all the problems that go with that. Do you understand that being that way, that being a real mixed up human being, is a manifestation of nature that is something just like the patterns on the waves out here, or like a seashell? You know, we pick up shells. I always keep one around for sort of an example for many things, and say, my goodness, isn't that gorgeous? There's not an aesthetic fault in it anywhere. It's absolutely perfect. Now, I wonder if these fish look at each other's shells and say, don't you think she's kind of fat? Oh my, those markings aren't really very well spaced. Because that's what we do. See, we don't realize that all of us in our various goings on and behavior and so on are just as more marvelous, much more complicated, much more interesting. All these gorgeous faces that I'm looking at, you know, every one of them, some are supposedly pretty, some are supposedly not so pretty, but they're all absolutely gorgeous. And everybody's eyes is a piece of jewelry beyond compare. Beautiful. But we have specialized in a certain kind of awareness that makes us neglectful of that. You see, we specialize in more or less briefly concentrated, pinpoint attention. We look at this and we look at that. And we select from all the things we might possibly be aware of, only certain things. And as a result of that, we leave out of our everyday consciousness, generally speaking, two dimensions of experience. One, amazing beauty of experience that we never see at all. And on the other hand, the very deep thing, the sense of our basic identity, unity with, oneness with the total process of being. See, because we are staring, as it were, at certain features of the landscape, we don't see the background. And because we get fascinated with, I could go into details of this shell, as I said, and put myself in the mind of a conch or whatever it is that lives in this thing, and say, that's not so hot, that one. Yeah. Like that, see? And so I wouldn't see the whole thing. But when I look at it like this, when anybody looks at it like that, we say, oh my God, isn't that gorgeous? Another way of talking about the web is that there are different levels of magnification. For example, supposing you take a piece of embroidery, and here it is, obviously in front of you, an ordered and beautiful object. Then you take out a microscope and you look at the individual threads. At a certain point, as you turn up the microscope, you'll get a hopeless tangle, which doesn't make any sense at all. The wrapped fiber that constitutes the thread is a mess. Hasn't been organized, nobody did anything about it. But at the level of magnification at which you actually see it with the naked eye, it's all been organized. All right, now keep turning up that microscope. Take one of those individual threads in the fiber that seems to be so chaotic and go into the constitution of that. And again, you will find fantastic order. You'll find the most gorgeous designs of molecules. Then to keep turning it up. And again, at a certain level, you'll find chaos again. All right, keep going. And at another level, you'll find this marvelous order. Now you see, order and randomness constitute, in other words, the warp and the woof. Where everything is in order, everything's under control. In randomness, it's it's a mess. But we wouldn't know what order was unless we had messes. It's the contrast of order and messes that order itself depends upon. And so in this exactly the same way, it is the contrast of on and off, there and not there. In other words, life and death, being and non-being, that constitutes existence. Only we pretend that the random side of things, the disorderly side of things, could possibly win in the game of competition, or I would rather call it collaboration between the two. When you lose sight of the fact that the order principle and the random principle go together, that's exactly the same predicament as losing sight of the fact that all individually delineated things and beings are connected underneath. Just like mountains stick out of the earth and there's the fundamental earth underneath them. So all of us as different things, we stick out of reality. And there's a continuity underneath, but you ignore that, you see. That's the thing that's left out. See, I'm just giving you many examples of the same principle. But really, deep down, we are, each one of us, everything that there is. Doing it this way, and then again that way, and then again another way. And that's what it keeps up doing forever and ever. Only, it has holidays, which are called deaths. You know, in the story of the creation of the world in the Bible, God works for 7 days and rests the seventh. It's necessary to have a holiday. Holiday is holy day. And the Sabbath for the Jews is Saturday, for the Christians is Sunday, because Saturday is the last day of the week, but Sunday is the first day of the week. And it's a slight difference of alteration between a Jewish temperament and a Christian temperament. Some people like to take the holiday and then do the work. Other people like to do the work and then take the holiday. And since the Jews do the work first and then take the holiday, they're always a little up on the Christians in business. But the point is that a holiday, this pause between something going on, is of the essence of the idea of a web. For example, there's an famous Irishman who's supposed to have described a net as a lot of holes tied together with string. So the holes are very, very important. And these are the holy days. You see, the holes. This all goes together. So there must be that interval. And it exists on all kinds of levels. It isn't simply that there is, for example, a sound that is sounded is a vibration, and the sound goes on and off. Everything that we call sound is sound silence. There is no such thing as pure sound. You couldn't hear it. What you hear is that tap, 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 tap against the eardrum. But it happens very fast, so that you get more of an impression of sound than you do of silence. But between every little undulation of sound, there is also an interval. When you listen to music, you hear a melody. But what you hear, actually, that makes the melody significant are the steps between the tones, what we call the intervals. And a person who doesn't hear intervals is tone deaf. He only hears noises. He doesn't hear the steps. So that interval between whatever happens is as important as what happens. So we'll call these two things, the sound and the silence, the life and the death, somewhat analogous in weaving to the warp and the woof. Now, look at the marvelous way in which warp and woof go together. A piece of cloth is an extraordinary thing when you consider it's made of a line of string. There's something that always struck me as a child, fabulous, that string, just thread, could turn into cloth. Why should it hang together? How improbable. My mother was a very great artist in embroidery, did absolutely fabulous work. And she could do everything with thread, sewing, knitting, embroidery, make tapestries, repair tapestries. Oh, just fabulous work. So I've grown up in a background where thread is of enormous importance. She made her living this way for a while. So I was always amazed at the way, say, you take a ball of wool and with knitting needles, and suddenly it turns into a sweater. Fantastic. But I found out, you see, the secret of this which is that it will do this, it will hold together by this combination of warp and woof. By this process where one thread goes under the other, omits the next, goes under the other, and then the next thing does the same thing but in the opposite way. Connect that. And they hold each other up. For example, you can put two sticks of wood and lean them against each other, and they'll stand up. You know, the Chinese character for man looks more or less like that. And although this is simply the brush form, the brush abbreviation of what were originally the legs of a little human stick figure. There's a story that Japanese children sometimes learn from their mothers, that the reason this is the character for man is that two sticks lent together, as I described, will keep each other up, and the one depends on the other. It's mutual. And so in the same way, the existence of human beings depends on our supporting each other. Without that, no one of us can exist. But that, which may seem a little trite, a little sort of moralistic and so on, but it is absolutely fundamental. That anything that there is, whenever we can say that something exists, existence is a function of relationship. Motion itself is a function of relationship. For example, forgive me if some of you have heard this one before, but it's a very important basic lesson. If there is only one object, one small ball in the middle of endless space, nobody knows whether it's moving. Because you can't tell whether it's approaching anything or whether it's going away from anything, because there's nothing else. So in that state of affairs, no motion exists. But if we introduce a second ball into the picture, and the two either come towards each other or go away from each other, then we can say that both of them, or either of them, is in motion. We can't decide which is the one that's doing the moving, because it could be one, could be the other. Now we'll put three balls into space, and we find two of them staying together and the other one going away. Now it's up to the two of them to decide whether the other one is going away from them or they are going away from the other, because two is a majority in this case. And the vote always, of course, goes to the majority, the universe being basically a democratic organization. And so it goes. Now, once you've got that, you can see that motion is a form of relationship. All right, let me put it in another way. Energy is a form of relationship. If the universe is basically a play of energy, then you can say energy and relationship go together. Now, what is this saying? This is saying that being, existence itself, is relationship. Let's look at it in several other ways. You know the old question: if a tree crashes in a forest and there is nobody around to hear it, is there a noise? This question has been discussed in many futile ways. But noise, basically, is a state of affairs that requires an eardrum and an audio nervous system behind the eardrum. When the tree falls, it makes the air vibrate. If there is anywhere around an ear with the appropriate nervous system, there will be a noise, because noise is a relationship between motion in the air and ears. If there is not any ear around, there won't be any noise, although there will be vibration in the air. And if there is some instrument around, such as a microphone attached to a tape recorder, which is a mechanical copy of a human ear, then according to that, there will be noise. There will be a vibration. In the same way, let's suppose the sun sends out light into space. Now, the space surrounding the sun will be black darkness, as if there were no light in it, unless a planet happens to float by. When a planet floats by, there will be light. In the darkness. But if there isn't anything to relate to the sun in that way, then comes no light. Now, this goes right down to the root and ground of everything. It goes down to the essence of your nerves, of your whole being, that it's all an interdependence. And that's why one of the basic symbols of the universe is the Chinese yin-yang symbol, which you know is a circle with an S curve in the center. One side of the S is black, the other is white. And so it makes, as it were, two commas or two fishes. And the eye of the fish is the opposite color. The white fish has a black eye, the black fish has a white eye. And these things are going like this, see? Curling in on each other. Now, this thing is called a helix. And that is the fundamental form of the galaxies. The great nebulae we see out in space are doing this, curves. And this is basically, too, the position of sexual intercourse. This is lovemaking. And this is, you know, when you hold hands and so on. This is it. But there are two involved, and the two are secretly one. Now, this is what I really want you to understand. To get into the unitive world, underneath, underlying, and supporting the everyday practical world, there have to be certain alterations in one's common sense. Now, there are certain ideas, and beyond these ideas, certain feelings that are difficult to get across, not because they're intellectually complicated, not at all because of that, but because they're unfamiliar. They're strange. We haven't been brought up to accommodate them. In exactly the same way that in past times, people knew that the planets were supported in the sky because they were embedded in spheres of crystal. And if they weren't embedded in spheres of crystal, and of course you could see them because you could see through them, they would fall down on the Earth. And now when astronomers finally suggested that there were no crystal spheres, people felt unbelievably insecure. See? They had a terrible time assimilating this idea. Now, do you see what it involves to assimilate a really new idea? You have to do quite a flip. For example, there's some people whose number systems only account for quantities. 1, 2, 3, many. So they don't have any concept of four corners to a table. See, a table has many corners. And a pile of pebbles is, in that sense, equivalent in manyness to the four corners of a table. Now, they have difficulty, you see, in beginning to assimilate the idea of counting through. and numbering all those corners or all those pebbles. But we've done that. And so to us, that is perfectly simple. But imagine the kind of mentality, the kind of person to whom that is not simple at all. And now, in exactly the same way, there is here what I'm trying to explain, a new idea that most people don't assimilate. And that is the idea of the total interdependence of everything in the world. The Buddhists in Japan call it Jiji-muge. Jiji-muge, between thing and thing, between event and event, there is no block. And they represent this imagistically as a network. Imagine a multidimensional spider web covered in dew in the morning. And every single drop of dew on this web contains in it the reflections of all the other drops of dew. And of course, in turn, in every drop of dew that one drop reflects, there is the reflection of all the others again. And they use this image to represent the interdependence of everything in the world. In other words, if we give this dewdrop image, if we put it into a linguistic analogy, we would say this: words have meaning only in context. The meaning of any word depends upon the sentence or upon the paragraph in which it's found. So that if I say, this tree has no bark, that's one thing. And if I say, this dog has no bark, that's another thing. So you see always that the meaning of the word is in relation to the context. Now, in exactly the same way, the meaning as well as the existence of an individual person, an organism, is in relation to the context. You are what you are, sitting here at this moment in your particular kind of clothes, and with the particular colors of your faces and your particular personalities, your family involvements, your business involvements, your neuroses, and your everything. You are that precisely in relation to an extremely complex environment. So much so that if, let's take for example this piece of wood that forms a support to the beam out here. Now believe me, this is true. You can see that has little nubbles on it and so on. If it were not the way it is, you would not be the way you are. The line of connection between what is, it is, and you are is very, very complicated. Also, we could say, if a given star that we observed didn't exist, you would be different from what you are now. I don't say you wouldn't exist, but you would exist differently. But you might say the connection is very faint, is something that you don't ordinarily have to think about. It's not important. But basically, it is important. Only you say, I don't have to think about it because it's there all the time. See, for example, the floor is underneath you all the time. Some sort of floor, some sort of earth. And you really don't have to think about it. It's just always there. It's always around. If you become insensitive, you stop thinking about it. But there it is. And so in the same way, our subtle interdependence with, mind you, it's not just our plain existence. It's the kind of existence we have is dependent upon all these things. Also our plain existence, but that gets way down. But the fundamental thing is existence is relationship. In other words, if my finger up here is all alone and the wind doesn't move and nothing touches it, it stops knowing that it's there. But if something comes along and does, immediately it's aware that it's there. So, you see, it takes two. We could have so much fun, but it takes more than one. And she don't want it. But in this way, you see, what we call duality, you can see, can't you, how duality is fundamental. It takes two. But duality is always secretly unity. Take the contrast between the words we use, explicit and implicit. They're very valuable words. What is explicit? What's on the outside? That's, say, how we come on publicly. Explicitly, we are thus and so. We have a fight. We're in competition, say, in business, explicitly. But implicitly, we've worked this out, that we've agreed in a secret way that nobody knows about, that this competition is extremely valuable to both of us. Take it politically, for example. Let's take the situation of Russia versus the United States. Explicitly, in public, this has to be a big fight. These two ways of life, these two ideologies are opposed. They say, no, we're... But behind the scenes, it's all been carefully worked out. You bet it has. That this opposition has to happen. Because our economy depends on it. And their economy depends on it. And everybody knows this who's smart. But there are a lot of people who get taken in by the propaganda, and they should be taken in because that makes the thing work. It's crazy. But that's the way it goes. And everything works this way. There is, for example, when swans start to mate, they're not sure what they're supposed to do. And they begin to fight. I had a long talk about this with C.G. Jung. He lived on the edge of Lake Zurich, and he had a little summer house right on the water's edge, and there were many swans there. And I was getting up at the end of a conversation with him, and we were beginning to walk back to the main house, and I said, "Isn't it true that swans are monogamous?" And he said, "Yes, they are." He said, "Do you know, I have had the most interesting relationships between these swans and many of my female patients who thought they were homosexual." I mean, Jung wasn't a sexual snob. I mean, he understood all the legitimacy of all kinds of sexual variations. But he said, it has been a point of departure for our discussions. And he said, it's a very funny thing that when they begin to mate, they start fighting. And they don't know what it's all about, and then suddenly the fight turns into lovemaking. So that's what I mean. Underneath opposition, there is love. Underneath duality, there's unity. That Tweedledum and Tweedledee agreed to have a battle. So, you see, here's that weaving principle. The things hold together by over, under, over, over, under, over, over, under, over. And that creates a stuff, it creates a fabric, it creates clothing, it creates shelter, it creates what we call matter. Matter, mater, mother. And also the same word, Maya, illusion. See, the world as a marvelous illusion. Now, we've got to go into this. Look at another form of the thing. You can play it not only by two as one, but you can play it by three as one. You know the trademark for Ballantine's Ale, which is 3 interlocked rings. Now, the way these rings are interlocked is such that they are joined only if the 3 of them are present. If you take one away, the other 2 fall apart. This is a very interesting phenomenon, but it can be created physically with steel rings. Their cohesion depends on all 3 of them being present. Now, we have tried scientifically to understand the world and explain its mysteries by analyzing the smallest particles of things that exist. Inquiring down, what is this thing we call flesh or call steel or stone? What is it made of? Go down into the midst of it. And that's given us a certain understanding, but only half of the understanding. Equally important is not what is the tiniest particle, but in what context is the tiniest particle. You see? In relation to what is it? Just as the word bark, as I showed you, has different meanings in different sentences. So cells, molecules, atoms have different properties in different contexts. So what the scientist equally needs to study is not simply what is anything when very, very minutely analyzed, but where is it? When is it? That makes all the difference. So do you see that a lot of people who get anxious when they hear that everything is relative have no need to get that anxious. Relativity isn't some kind of slippery morass in which all standards and all directions get lost. Relativity is really the soundest situation that there is. See, it's the one supporting the other. It's this thing. Do you know this? This is wonderful. X marks the spot. Imagine this going on and on. Supposing my finger were indefinitely long, both fingers, and they were doing this. See, they're just crossing each other. Now, on one side of it, it's a pair of scissors, and it cuts. What is it on the other side? Why, it's opening female legs, saying, please come in. It's utter softness, utter receptiveness. On the other side, it's but on this side, it's please, 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 yes. Welcome. And everything's based on that. See, it's this way. Sharpness, teeth, biting, spines, crab shells, all that kind of thing, you know. On the other side, it's the melting softness of life. See, they go together just like that. And goodness knows what it is on these outer two sides. I haven't thought about that yet. So, if you see that, if you get that principle, you can feel yourself not sort of just rattling around in the world as a kind of, you know, somebody who's been stuck down there. But you can feel yourself going on in absolutely exact relationship with everything around you. And this is very beautiful. It isn't just that you are here looking at what's out there, like you might be photographing it with your eyes. It's that if that there wasn't there, you wouldn't be here. The outside thing that you see and the inside thing that you are poles of the same magnet, or back and front of the same coin, and without one there isn't the other. That means, of course, then, that we are living in the midst of a world of animals, vegetables, minerals, atmospheres, astronomical bodies, that's highly intelligent. Its intelligence concentrated, crystallized in our brains. That's where it comes out, you see. In any field, let's say, let's take any field of forces. We take a chemical solution, and at certain critical points in this chemical solution, the crystals start to form. And so in the same way, the total intelligence of this whole universe crystallizes in human brains. Also in other kinds of brains. That's where it really comes out. But it's the total intelligence of the whole field that does this. So we go with the whole thing, interdepend with it. We don't live in an environment which is just rock, just air, just atmosphere, and so on. The environment's only like that when we think about it analytically and try to explain it. But when we think of it isn't just rock and air, see, but those things go together. When you see the interconnectedness, when you see in the simplest way how flowers go with bees and other insects, they don't live without them. Humans go with cattle, they don't exist without them. Plants, etc., etc., etc. When you see the intervals, the significance of the relationships between these things, it's only then when you see that you are aware of the melody. Go back to the illustration I gave of the person who can't hear melody, who's tone deaf. He hears only a succession of sounds because he's not aware of the intervals. Now, most people are brought up to be tone deaf in respect to their own existence and the rest of the universe. They don't see the relationships. They're not aware of the unity. And so, once you spot that, you spot how everything goes with the thing, that you are one end and that out there is the other end. And they really go together. Then you may be said to be living a harmonious life. In exploring the theme of the web of life, I have thus far discussed two principal topics. First, the web considered as selectivity. Experience considered as what we pay attention to on the one hand and what we ignore on the other. And I showed how the way in which we pay attention to the world creates, isolates, I'm using that as a noun, isolates that we call particular things, events, and persons, and they seem to be disconnected and to be alone because we ignore the connections between them. And I use the analogy of weaving where the threads go underneath and join on the back in a way that is not seen on the front. So you might say in the unconscious, although I don't particularly like that word because it makes it seem as if it was something rather dead. But on the unconscious side of life, as on the back of the weaving or the back of the embroidery, there are connections which are not published. Now, in the second part of the theme was the web as mutuality. When I discussed the way the existence of a web, the existence of cloth or anything like that, depends on a mutual support of the warp and the woof. And this miraculous thing occurs that when the things support each other, being comes into being, cloth comes into being. And so in exactly the same way, our world is a manifestation of relativity. And this requires a balance, a combination, a relationship of opposites in every domain of life. And although these opposites are explicitly different and even antagonistic, they are implicitly one. And that's the secret. See, these two secrets that we went into. The connection between what are supposed to be separate things and events and the mutual unity between what are manifestly, that is to say openly, for purposes of publication, opposites. Now this afternoon I'm going to take two other aspects of the web. The web is a trap, like the spider's web is a trap for flies. Also, the lovely embroideries are worn by women as traps for men from a certain point of view. And I want to consider the web as something playful. You see, there are so many ways of looking at it. And you will find that all these ways are right. But what we need is the fullness of the view. There are people, for example, who can see the web as a trap and get stuck with that. There are people to whom existence is simply hateful. They see it as nothing but a ghastly mistake. The Lord really erred when he created this world, because he arranged it in such a way that everything lives by eating something else. And what I'm doing is I'm describing a certain point of view, you see. I'm not exactly philosophizing, I'm describing a point of view. You can look at life in such a way that the whole thing is this ghastly mistake. For example, there is no such thing as genuine kindness or love. Everybody is really pretending that they're loving other people in order to get some advantage from them. And indeed, there is a point of view which occurs in certain forms of paranoia, where people don't seem to be real. They are mechanisms. And you can think that out quite intensely with a good deal of intelligence. After all, if you start from a good old Darwinian or Freudian basis and see that man is a material machine and that the consciousness of man is simply a very involved and complicated form of chemistry, and that's what it is, you see. Well, then this awful mechanical things, these Frankensteins that everybody is, they come around and they say, well, I'm alive. I'm a human being. I have a heart. I love, I hate, I have problems, I feel. And you feel like saying, come off it. You're just a monster. And you put on the civilized act because really you're just a set of teeth on the end of a tube. And you've got a ganglion behind those teeth, which you call your brain or your alleged mind. And this thing is really basically there for two purposes. One, to be cunning enough to get something to eat, to put down the tube, and the other, you know what, Mr. Freud's libido. And everything else, you see, can be construed as an elaborate, subtle way of pretending that that's not really what you want to do. But you do, but you put on a great show. Now, some people, according to this view, get mixed up. They so repress that what they really want to do is to eat and to screw, that they get involved in higher things that are the masks for these activities, and think that that's the real purpose of life. And then they become what's called neurotic. And because they get involved in being pure camouflage. So that's what's called escaping from the facts, not looking at life, not looking at reality correctly. Now, this is a very strange thing, you see, that it is partly true that the universe, so far as its biological aspect is concerned, is this weird system that lives by everybody eating everybody else. Only what we do to maintain what is called order and civilization is that various species make agreements, as it were, that they won't eat each other. They'll cooperate and so be an enormous gang which can beat down the others. So the human being is the most successful so far of this gangster arrangement. We are the most predatory monsters on Earth. And we have cooperated to assault the fish and the vegetables and the chickens and the cows and everything, you see? Only we do it by not letting our left hand know what our right hand doeth. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, unless gentlemen happen to be prone to going hunting as a sport, they don't see their food killed. They don't see the slaughterhouse. And so what you get in the butcher, in the market, a steak, you know, is a thing in its own right. It has nothing to do with a cow. A steak is a thing shaped thus and so, and it looks as if it might be like a banana or something like that, you know, and nobody worries. And when a fish is served up, it does indeed look like a fish, but it's not the squiggly, squirmy fish that comes out on the end of a fisherman's line. You know, when you really fish, you realize that the fish doesn't like it very much. Now, there is that absolutely extraordinary side of things that is really terrifying. And so let me repeat the illustration I used of the cross in the net, where one side of it is scissors that cut and eat, teeth that chew and get this thing in, and the opening side of it is like James Joyce's in Ulysses, the girl who says yes, and I said yes, yes, yes. She wants to be absolutely ravaged by her man, you see. So it's open, open, open. But now comes if we take the dark view of things, the horrible view, excuse me if I go into some rather grisly details, but have you ever heard of a vagina dentata? That is the idea that in the sexual organ of the woman there are teeth. And a lot of men have this fantasy and so are rendered impotent. They don't make love because they feel that the price of this blessed experience, this creative experience, this loving experience, is you're going to get trapped. You're going to get emasculated. You're going to lose your precious member. And this is a very ancient fantasy. It appears throughout all known history. Because this is simply the woman's come on, where she attracts, but she's out really to get you. She is basically a spider mother, you see, who is selfish and doesn't really love you. Not really, but says she does. And of course, there are on the other side all the tricks of the men, which go without mention. So this is a view of the world as a system of mutual exploitation. and of maximal selfishness. Now, it's a very profitable view to explore. Everybody should do in their lifetime sometime two things. One is to consider death, to observe skulls and skeletons, and to wonder what it will be like to go to sleep and never wake up. Never. That is a very gloomy thing for contemplation, but it's like manure. Just as manure fertilizes the plants and so on, so the contemplation of death and the acceptance of death is very highly generative of creative life. You get wonderful things out of that. And the other thing to contemplate is to follow the possibility of the idea that you are totally selfish, that you don't have a good thing to be said for you at all. You are a complete, utter rascal. Now, the Christians have avoided this, because although they say in their Episcopalian form of confession that we have erred and strayed from thy ways like lost sheep, and we have followed too much the devices and desires of our own hearts, too much, you know. We have offended against thy holy laws. We have left undone those things which we ought to have done, and we have done those things which we ought not to have done, and there is no health in us. But it ought to be different. And we're going to do our best to amend with the help of God's grace. And that is a real con act, because if you equate health with genuine love and perfect unselfishness, then in that sense there is no health in us when we look at ourselves from this point of view. Now, when you go deeply into the nature of selfishness, what do you discover? You say, I love myself, I seek my own advantage. Now, what is the self that I love? What do I want? And that becomes an increasingly ever-deepening puzzle. Now, I've often referred to this when you say to somebody else, I love you. It's always rather disconcerting to the person to whom you say that if you imply that you love them with a pure, disinterested, and holy love. They automatically suspect it as being a little bit phony. But if you say, I love you so much I could eat you, that's an expression, it's a way of saying to a person, you attract me so much that I can't help it. I'm absolutely bowled over by you, I'm gone. And people like that. Then they feel they're really being loved, that it's absolutely genuine. But now, I love you so much I could eat you. Now, what the devil do I want? I certainly don't want to eat the girl in the sense of literally devouring her, because then she'd disappear. But I love myself. And what is me? In what way do I know me? Well, it suddenly occurs to me that I know me only in terms of you. See, when I think of anything that I know and that I like, then it's always something that can be viewed as other than me. I can never get to look at me, real me. It's always behind. It's always hidden. And I really don't know it well enough to know whether I love it or not. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's an appalling mess. But certainly the things I do love and that I want from a selfish point of view, when I really think about them, they're all something else that's in a way outside me. Now, we saw that there is a reciprocity, a total mutual interdependence between what we call the self and what we call the other. That's the warp and the woof. And so if you are perfectly honest about loving yourself, and you don't pull any punches, you don't pretend that you are anything other than exactly what you are, you suddenly come to discover that the self you love, if you really go into it, is the universe. You don't like all of it. You're selective about it, as we saw in the beginning. Perception is selection. But on the whole, you love yourself in terms of what is other, because it's only in terms of what is other that you have a self at all. So then, I feel that one of the very great things that C.G. Jung contributed to mankind's understanding was the concept of the shadow. That everybody has a shadow, and that the main task of the psychotherapist is to do what he called to integrate the evil, to, as it were, put the devil in us in its proper function. Because you see, it's always the devil, the unacknowledged one, the outcast, the scapegoat, the bastard, the bad guy, you see, the black sheep of the family. It's always from that point, which we could call the fly in the ointment, you see, that generation comes. In other words, in the same way as in the drama, to have the play, it's necessary to introduce a villain. It's necessary to introduce a certain element of trouble. So in the whole scheme of life, there has to be the shadow, because without the shadow, there can't be the substance. So this is why there is a very strange association between crime and all naughty things and holiness. You see, holiness is way beyond being good. Good people aren't necessarily holy people. A holy person is one who is whole, who has, as it were, reconciled his opposites. And so there's always something slightly scary about holy people. And other people react to them in very strange ways. They can't make up their minds whether they're saints or devils. And so holy people have throughout history always created a great deal of trouble, along with their creative results. Take Jesus, for example. Trouble that Jesus created is absolutely incalculable. Think of the Crusades, the Inquisition, the heaven only knows what's gone on in the name of Jesus. Very remarkable. Freud's a big troublemaker, as well as a great healer, you see. It all goes together. So the holy person is scary, because he is like the earthquakes, or better still, he's like the ocean. See, the ocean on a lovely sunny day, you can say, oh, isn't that gorgeous? And you can go into it and relax and float around. But boy, when the storm comes, does that thing get mad? It's terrifying. So there is in us the ocean, you see. And Jung felt that the whole point was to bring the two together, and by a kind of a fantastic honesty, to penetrate one's own motivations to the depths. Jung had a tremendous humor. And he knew that nobody can be completely honest. That you will try and you'll have a great deal of success in exploring your motivations and your dark, unconscious depths. But there will be a certain point at which you will say, well, I've had enough of that. You know. And do you see how, in a strange way, there's a certain sanity in that? When a person indulges in a certain kind of duplicity, of deception, there is something, you all laughed when I said that. There's something humorous about it. And this humor is a very funny thing. Basically, humor is an attitude of laughter about oneself. There is malicious humor, which is laughing at other people. But real deep humor is laughter at oneself. Now, why fundamentally do you laugh about yourself? What makes you laugh about yourself? Isn't it because you know that there is a big difference between what goes on the outside and what goes on the inside? That if I hint, you see, that your inside is the opposite of your outside, it makes people laugh. If I don't do it unkindly. If I get up in the attitude of a preacher and say, you're a bunch of miserable sinners and you ought to be different, nobody laughs. But if I say, well, after all, boys will be boys and girls will be girls, and we all know, then people laugh. Now, you see, what's happening when we do that? Now, I passed you around a lot of embroidery to look at before we started. And I'm perfectly sure that you got the point, that there's a big difference between the front and the back. In some forms of embroidery, the back is very different from the front because people take shortcuts. In the front, everything is orderly, and it is supposed to be kind of messy on the back side. See, which side will you wear? You've got to be sure you get the front in the front, and have the back in the back. The back has all the little tricks in it, all the shortcuts, all the lowdown that people don't acknowledge, see? And it's exactly the same with the way we live. You know, like sweeping the dust under the carpet in a hurry just before the guests come. I mean, we do ever so many things like that. And if you don't do it, if you don't think you do it, and you think, well, really, my embroidery is the same on both sides, see? Well, you're deceiving yourself. Because what you're doing is you're taking the shortcuts in another dimension, which you're keeping out of consciousness. Everybody takes the shortcuts. Everybody plays tricks. Everybody has in himself an element of duplicity, of deception. Because you see, from this point of view that I'm discussing, where the web is the trap, to be is to deceive. Think of camouflage, the chameleon who changes its color. Think of the butterfly pretending it has eyes. Think of the flower saying to the bee, like my honey? The bee says, wow. But then that means that the bee has to be, and it has to go on living, and all the trouble it takes to go around collecting honey and raising other bees and organizing itself and doing that dance which tells the other bees where there's more honey. There's all that stuff to do. But the flower was deceptive. Now, in the same way, I've often said, life is a drama, and a drama is a deception. It's a big act. When you peel an onion and you don't really understand the nature of an onion, you might look for the pit in the center, like any ordinary fruit has. But the onion doesn't have a center. It's all skins. And so when you get right down, there's nothing but a bunch of skins. You say, well, that was a kind of disappointing. But of course, you have to understand that the skins were the part that you eat. Well, in rather the same way, you see, you find when you explore yourself and your motivations, and you go through and through, and you try to find out that thing which is really genuine. That's why in Zen discipline, they give you koans which require a perfectly genuine act, an act of total and absolute sincerity. And people knock themselves out trying to do this thing, but they always know that the master's going to catch them, because he reads their thought. Do you know that story of von Kleist about the man who had a fight with a bear, and the bear could read his thoughts, so that the only way of hitting the bear was to do so not on purpose, because the bear would know in advance. So it's the same in working with a Zen master. You have to do the genuine act, not on purpose. But since you're put in a situation where it's rather formal, and you're supposed to do it on purpose, you're stuck, you see. So you explore the onion, and you go in and in and in, and then you find, well, it's all a deception. Now then the question arises, who's deceiving who? Who's fooling who? I'm fooling me? What is fooling? Fooling is playing like you're there when you're not. You know, getting somebody else to answer your name in the roll call. So, we're all, you see, this is the metaphysical basis of it. This is what the Hindus mean by Maya, the world illusion. The world is playing it's there when it isn't. And it's a trap. And it sucks you in. And you can't get out of it. And it's a thorough big trap, too. But always, when you get an idea like this or a feeling like this, follow it to its extreme. Don't back out from it. If you find you're selfish, go to the extreme of what selfishness means. Confusion largely results from not following feelings or ideas to their depth. You know, people think they want to be immortal. They'd like to live forever. Do you really want to do that? Think about it. Really go into it, what it would be like. People say they want this, that, and the other. They want this kind of car, they want this kind of dress, or so on, and this much money, and so on. It's always a good idea to think it right through. What it would involve to be in that situation, to have those desires fulfilled. Also, when you form a relationship to another person, think it through too. You see? How inconvenient could they be? However attractive. And always turn the embroidery around and look at the underside, but don't get caught doing it. See, that's something one does on the side in secret, because otherwise you play the game that everything is as it's supposed to be on the front. But that makes you humorous, and that makes you human. Now, summing up, we've discussed the web from 3 points of view. As an analogy of the selective operation of our senses and mind, whereby certain things in the world are picked out as significant according to certain game rules. The game that we are playing mostly is the survival game. That is to say, the game ought to go on. Only, the way we play the survival game has a kind of element in it which makes it difficult, because we tend to say the first rule of this game is that it's serious. And that messes the whole thing up. So you have to watch out, in other words, when you play, for contradictory game rules, self-contradictory game rules, because if you get mixed up into them, the game ceases to be worth the candle. You start straining at doing something, then it just isn't worth it. Then the second thing that we observed was the web as an analogy of mutual interdependence. We could call it the idea that all existence is relative, that all existence is transactional. The transaction being typically exemplified by, say, the operation of buying and selling, in which there can be no buying without somebody selling, and there can be no selling without somebody else buying. That kind of interdependence, of the inside going together with the outside, what is in you going together with what is outside you, is absolutely fundamental to existence. It is existence. Existence is relativity. Then we explored the web as a trap, the spider's web. Won't you come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. And we saw what happens if you look at all of life from the point of view that it is original selfishness and original hunger. And we found that if you take that point of view to its ultimate extreme, it dissolves. And it isn't so bad after all. There's a famous comment that R.H. Blythe made on the passage in Macbeth, where Shakespeare says, "It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." And Blythe says, when it's put that way, it doesn't seem so bad after all. I remember that I had a Zen master friend who wrote a letter to a friend of mine, which was passed on to me, saying that the greatest writers, this friend of mine was aspiring to be a writer, and he was trying to write novels that would put across Buddhism to people. You know, sugar the pill. And my Zen master friend didn't approve of this at all. He said, don't write any story to people. Write it to the great sky. Because all the real masters of literature, especially novelists and storytellers, are great masters of nonsense. Think of Lewis Carroll. You can use Lewis Carroll, and he did use Alice in Wonderland, as a Zen textbook. Because 'twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. And that's Zen. I had a discussion with a great master in Japan on the last visit there, and we were talking about the various people who are working to translate the Zen books into English. And he said, that's a waste of time. If you really understand Zen, he said, you can use any book. You could use the Bible. You could use Alice in Wonderland. You could use the dictionary. Because, he said, the sound of the rain needs no translation. So what does the rain say? Evening rain. It is the banana leaf that speaks of it first. You see, that's the point. And all the talk in the world doesn't get it unless you listen to the talk in a new way. The sound of the rain needs no translation. So you see, there's something going on. This web may be looked at as pattern. And the world is basically patterning. What else do you do when you come to think of it? When you eat, you are turning food into the pattern of your skeleton, your muscles, and your nervous system. That's a pattern. And you say, you see, basically, hooray for that pattern. That's great. It's terribly interesting. But then you want other patterns. You like to look through a microscope and see the patterns that exist in the small world. You like to look through a kaleidoscope or a teleidoscope and see the patterns. You like to have paintings around and see the patterns. You like to watch the water play. You want to watch the birds go and the clouds and all that. Fascinating patterns. And that really does, doesn't it, seem to be the point. I mean, what do you do when you're very rich and you want, let's take some rascal of ancient times who became very rich by all sorts of skullduggery and warfare and so on. He got himself a suit of armor, a beautiful sword. And he had the armorer make the most intricate patterns, arabesques of inlaid gold on the steel. Why? Because it's, as they say among the Pennsylvania Dutch, it's for nice. It's a great thing to have all that jazz. And that's what we go for. What do people do most of the time when what would they like to do, really? What's your idea of heaven? When people are unoccupied, as far as I can make out, they get together and they sing and dance, or else watch somebody else do it. Nowadays, we live in a non-participative culture, and we don't do very much singing and dancing. We're lugubrious. But we watch other people do it on television. What we really are interested in is to be able to spend all the time going you know, something like this. And that's what our heart's doing, that's what our lungs are doing, it's what our eyeballs are doing, and it's what all these fantastic capillaries of the veins are doing. They're going just doody boody hubba ba ba boo ba dee 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 dee. See? And that's the point. Now the thing is, ought this to be allowed? You know, dare we admit it? Because we've been brought up, you see, in a cultural context in which the universe is presided over by somebody serious. And it's only very, very occasional obscure references in the Jewish and Christian scriptures to the idea that God dances. Of course, in Hindus, they know Shiva dances, and all the gods dance, and they're represented in the dance. But in our way of looking at things, no. Back deep down in, there is something that you must respect with a very, very, you mustn't laugh in church, especially if you got in front of the throne of heaven. Everybody would be dead silent. Wow, you see, I mean, that's really serious. Here is the Father Almighty, world without end. And you watch out. Don't you laugh. Why not? Because Father Almighty, world without end is a very insecure fellow. And if anybody laughed, he might feel uneasy, you know, that there was something wrong going on. That someone challenged his power. So he is a funny fellow, you see, as we've mythologized ultimate reality in the form of this cosmic grandpapa, who is also a king and is demanding above all things reverence and respect. So it's difficult for us, because of that cultural heritage, to accept, to accommodate our common sense to the idea that the web might basically be playful. That it might be like somebody saying, won't you come and play with me? A child. And the other child has some little hesitation. I don't know whether I ought to play with you. You come from the wrong side of the tracks. Or, I don't feel like playing today. I feel serious. I don't think play is important. We ought to do something real, like wash the dishes for mother, who, incidentally, has forgotten that the whole point of washing the dishes is playful. You know, you don't wash the dishes for a serious reason. You like the table to look nice, you know. You don't want to serve up the dishes for dinner with all the leavings of breakfast still lying on them. So why do you want the table to look nice? Well, again, it's for nice, you see. You like the pattern on it that way. People get terribly compulsive about doing these things. And they think that going on arranging the patterns of life is something that's a duty. That means a debt, that you owe it to yourself or to your family or to someone or other. You're in debt. See, that's the trouble. When a child comes into the world, the parents play an awful game on it. Instead of being honest, they say, we've made such great sacrifices for you. Here we are, we've supported you, we've paid for your education, and you're an ungrateful little bastard. And the child feels terribly guilty because what we do is we build into every human being the idea that existence is guilt. The existentialists make a big thing of this, and you watch out for them because they're hoaxers. And they say that guilt is ontological. If you're not feeling guilty, you're not human. And that was because Papa and Mama said, look at all the trouble you've caused us. You shouldn't dare to exist. You have no rights. But maybe we'll give you some out of the generosity of our hearts so that you'll be permanently indebted to us. And so everybody goes around with that sort of thing in their background, unless they had different kinds of papas and mamas who didn't play that trick on them. But so many papas and mamas do that. And if they don't do it, somebody else does it. Auntie comes around and says, you don't realize what your father and mother have done for you. You think you know you can just stay around here and goof off, but they have sweated blood to give you your clothes and food and so on, and you ought to be grateful for it. But that's not the way to make people grateful. They won't be grateful that way. They'll imitate gratefulness. They'll go and put on a big show and say, oh, thank you so much. I feel so indebted to you, and so on and so forth, and they'll make it look good, but it isn't real. Because actually, one's father and mother had a great deal of fun bringing you into being, or we hope they did. And they wanted to do that the worst way. They have no reason to complain about all these things and try and make the children feel guilty. But you see, it is an amazing thing in our culture that everybody is afflicted with ontological guilt. For example, if a policeman comes to the door, everybody is instantly frightened. You wonder, what on earth have I done? And there are certain clergy who are absolute experts in making you feel guilty. They are really marvelous. And there are clergy of all kinds, for all classes, and for all levels of intelligence. And they can make you feel real guilty. Only you have to watch always what games people are playing. Now, you see, the thing is that really is a puzzle, is that they don't admit they're playing games. And when a person is playing games and doesn't admit that they're playing games, then you have some kind of a trickster who isn't really being fair to you. Now, of course, the game, that this game is not a game, has a certain kind of a fascinating quality to it. How mixed up can we all get? Let's try. See? That's a certain possibility in that. I would like to go insane and be as insane as anybody has ever been and be the farthest out crazy nut in the world. See? That's a game. But it's not a good game. It's a game being played by a person who didn't really understand that everyday life was a game too. And I think the most important thing is to admit this. All really humane people admit that they're rascals. That's, you see, on the side of the not respectable, the selfish. But so also, all humane people should admit that they're jokers, that they're playing games and playing tricks. That I am doing it on you. I am most ready to admit this. I hoaxed you all into coming here to tell you what? This was a trap, you see, but I'm going to make it an entertaining trap so that you won't feel so badly about it. Now, this is philosophy, but I think philosophy is like music. You go to a concert and you listen to somebody play Bach or Mozart or Beethoven. And what's all that about? You know, it isn't about anything except dee 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 dee. You know, that's what it's about. And so, in the same way, as I conceive my work as a philosopher, I'm simply pointing out that existence is the same kind of a thing as a Bach invention. It's going this way and that way, and hills and waters going all out there, and the fish are going around in it and breeding, and the ducks are doing this, that, and the other. And that's the same thing as dee 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 dee. See? So if you can admit that that's what it's all about, you have a little problem. Because there's not only the threat that it really might be serious and that you shouldn't be laughing about this, but there's also a kind of opposite. Then are you saying it's merely just fiddling around? See? I mean, you're saying it's only a game? Is that all there is to it? Well, now, what do you think? You see, this again is a question that everybody has to think things through. What did you want? Didn't you want a game? Did you want it to be serious in the end? I mean, think about the question. What kind of a thing would you like God to be? What would you like to do for eternity? Really? Here is Jan van Eyck, who paints the eschatological picture of the Last Judgment. What a strange man he must have been. For here is heaven above and hell below. And in heaven, here's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, all there together, and the Virgin Mary and the apostles, and they're all sitting in committee. And they have an aisle, you know, just like in church, and there they are facing each other, and they're all sitting there very solemnly. Now, I don't know what it's about. But below, right at the end of the aisle, you see, where all these apostles are sitting, is St. Michael. A rather gorgeous figure in beautiful armor with wings. And underneath him is a bat-winged skull. And beneath those bat wings, though, all horror is let loose. Michael is about to slush that skull, see, with his sword. But below, ooh, there are nude bodies, some of them pretty comely. And they're all squirming in there, and they're being eaten by worms. And they're eating the worms, and there's a kind of a mush. It's like the sort of situation you find when you turn up a big rock, and there's all that going on underneath. Now, there's no question whatever that Van Eyck, the painter, had more fun painting that part of the picture than he did painting the top part. So in the same way with Hieronymus Bosch and with Bruegel, they painted every kind of weird, surrealistic deviltry going on, and they really loved it, but they couldn't admit it. Now, the only time when the holy people had a ball was when, for example, the Islamic artists made arabesques, and the Celtic artists made fantastically intricate lattices to decorate the margins of their gospels and missals. They are unbelievably beautiful, or take stained glass or something like that. But what are they doing? What's it all about? So well, you ask the question, then what will you do in heaven? And the thing you want to do, of course, is to get mixed up in this little, see, like it's like the musician. He likes to take a melody, then he likes to put another melody that fits in with it, and another one that fits in with both, and then a fourth one, and arrange them together, and he invents an instrument like an organ that he plays with two hands. Then he adds foot pedals so that he can play with his 2 feet. And you get this hand doing one rhythm, this doing another, this doing another, and this doing another. See, that makes it complicated. And so when drummers get together and play, somebody starts out with a certain rhythm, and then that rhythm has holes in it. In other words, it has certain silences, and the next drummer fills those silences in an interesting way. He counts and picks out a pattern. And what do you imagine DNA is? The basic form of biological existence. Now, DNA is like a necklace, like Charlotte's wearing, with different kinds of beads in it. And according to the order and the way those beads are arranged, so you get genes And so you get the particular form of life that emerges from those genes. So what we're doing, basic down, way down, is saying, she loves me, she don't, she'll have me, she won't, she would if she could, but she can't, you see? Or Tinker, Tailor, Solar, Savior, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. Well, this is the way life is going on. And as a result comes all this, you see? Question is then, you see, in your heart of hearts, you can take the attitude that all this is terrible, or that it's dreadfully serious. You see, you can play comedies, you can play tragedies, farces, histories and romances and all that kind of thing, and you can take these various attitudes to it. But if you are awakened, and as it were, you've been let into the secret, which is what we've been talking about, see? Because the web is also the curtain, you know, the veil. The veil which hides the face of God from the angels, you see. There's always this veil. That's why we like a striptease. Because there's an implication of this. You should never give the show completely away. There always should be a little bit of a veil left, you see. There always is. Because even if you find the striptease artist gets completely naked, there's really something hidden. What's the motivation? What sort of a person is she? Would I really like to embrace her? Or would she have bad breath? You know? Or something. And you never really know. You never really get to the bottom. That's why everybody, all men poets, say that women are basically mysterious. And they ought to be. So are men basically mysterious from women's point of view. Although they play that they're not. See, this is the way it goes. Men are supposed to be very open. And they say, well, of a certain situation, this is the way it is. After all, it's perfectly rational. It's just a matter of practical affairs. And women say, well, they say, I'm not quite as articulate as you are, but I know there's something you've left out, but I can't explain it. And by this means, everything is kept going. So, what I'm saying is, I think this. I'm trying to share with you a certain style of life and an attitude to life and an insight. Well, I've taken you on one side and said, listen, kids, things aren't what they seem. Don't be fooled. There's a big deception going on, and you're involved in it, but I just thought you ought to know it and enjoy it, see? I'm terribly puzzled about the way people go out of their way to disenjoy themselves. They take so much trouble about it. Did you ever read H.L. Mencken's essay called A Libido for the Ugly? And it describes a Pennsylvania mining town, which isn't exactly totally impoverished. I mean, they can build things and they have enough money to do this, that, and the other. But he describes how they made a church out of yellow stone that's so awful that it looks like a Presbyterian with a grin. And all around, you have only to look and you see this perfect passion for making the world look grisly. And it isn't only job builders and garage owners who do this kind of thing. It's also people who profess to be painters. They're actually using excrements for painting in Paris today, on the theory that the world is shot to pieces, and that since the artist is a representative of his times, he ought to show the times as they really are, as a social critic. And so he makes the most weird, I mean, he paints Campbell's soup can, and then he made music that shrieks and screams in the most, he just goes out of his way to make it sound as ugly as he possibly can manage. And the ingenuity is about that is endless. Because that is the times. He's a critic, you see. Instead of being somebody who reveals Now you see, let's take the sort of the character of the Pied Piper, the person who brings you an invitation to dance. I would say then, you see, there is going to be a dance this evening, and I would like you all to come, you know. That's the spirit in which I invite you to a seminar. I'm not inviting you in the spirit of saying, no, we're going to have to discuss some very grave matters, and you ought to be awake to all these things and arouse your social conscience, and so on and so forth. Because when you get through with all that, then what? When you get through with feeding the hungry and clothing the naked, and we are making great strides with automation and technology in abolishing poverty totally, then what are we going to do? Well, you see, if you've got all these people clothed and fed and so on, and then they say, well, now what next? If you've got a kind of Quakerish state of mind, you don't know what to do. Well, feed and clothe somebody else. See? Get busy. But then, where is that leading? So you see, to spread joy, you have to have it. To impart delight, you have to be more or less delightful. And to be delightful is not some factor of trying to make yourself look delightful. It is to do things that are delightful to you. You become thereby delightful to others. That's to say, people who are interesting are people who are interested. Any person, for example, who is constantly thinking about all sorts of other things and other people and so on, because they're fascinating, becomes a fascinating person. But a person who doesn't think about anybody else and who's got very little going on inside their skull is boring. So in other words, your engagement with the external world, the more you are involved, the more your personality is enriched. But if you try to enrich your personality by taking a course in how to win friends and influence people, or how to be a real person, you'll become just a washout. Because you will be in a kind of small circle. You'll be, as it were, you'll be like somebody trying to get a good nutrition by biting his nails. And then the fingers next. You know, and then half an arm gone and so on. And you're entirely nourishing yourself with yourself. Now, of course, on a vast scale, the universe does that. It eats itself up. That's why the symbol of the snake swallowing its tail is a very fundamental, archaic symbol of life. But the way it's done is that the snake has in some part of the ring a place where it's not sensitive. It's called the unconscious. Where it doesn't know that what comes to it in the form of food is actually what left it in the form of excrement. That thing is, don't mention it. After all, as the Lord said at the beginning of the universe, you must draw the line somewhere. And so, as a result of there always being a kind of gap, that's the gap, you know, like where the electric spark jumps. That's the thing behind your head, behind your eyes that you could never get to look at. It's the gap. And because of that little gap, the circle doesn't just revolve in a dull way, just go round and round and round like a boring thing. It has rhythm. See, if I say, yoy, no rhythm. See, it's just one long sound. After a while we say, oh, cut it out. Or we just become insensitive to it. But what we want to hear is a break in it, you see. And we want to hear it go on and off and vanish and come back again and so on. And it sets up a rhythm. That becomes interesting. That's putting gaps between, you see. We need those gaps. So now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, now you don't. Oh, that's pretty dull. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to have you see it 3 times, and then with a regular not see it between them. Then there's going to be a longer not see it after that one. And then I'm going to do something very complicated after that so that you don't really know when it's going to come next. So there's going to be a surprise. You know how we all do that? And interesting people are those who do this in very involved ways. Dull people, sort of people who put their hats on absolutely straight, are the kind of people, for example, who have the same meal every day, exactly the same thing, always. See? Have no inventiveness. They have the same routine, they go to the same office, they answer the same kind of letters, and that's that. See? But then if they want to start up a more interesting kind of business and make more money, then they have to figure out, let's take the people who make clothes. They figure out fashion. It's going to be a new thing for ladies, a new style this fall. We're going to make them do long skirts instead of the short skirts, middle skirts. And the skirts go like this. Then finally they thought about having topless women. They're going to play around with that and have an absolutely scandalous ball. But that's the whole thing, you see. It's this thing of rhythm. And yes, you ask, well, I see that. What is doing this rhythm? Who, after all, am I? And as you explore deeper and deeper and deeper into the nature of yourself, you find that you're a rhythm doing a rhythm. And behind that, there's another rhythm doing a rhythm. Your vibrations. And once again, you meet our friend the onion. And who is doing all this? Why, he disappeared. Came around, and there it was, and we were looking for him, and he vanished. And then just when we weren't looking for him again, there he is. But every time we try to see, he isn't there. Now, do you see that? That situation is what's called life.